It's the knowledge and a little imagination.
All right. You know, we always started early here. We got to go ahead and get the rambling going. We got a lot to go over today. Goodness gracious. Should I just start by saying NVIDIA? Goodness gracious. I think that's our saving grace here, our sand in the line. Because as you guys can see, we already are back to 400 and it's lingering there like a toot. So anyway, guys, I'm Dave. This is LoFiTrader. If you're just joining me, guys, we love to bring you the best commentary, stock analysis, and we take live trades in front of you every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. So good morning. Of course, it's not 8 o'clock just yet, but we'll call this the pre-show because as you know, I'm always here. I'm always trying to figure out the best content to bring you, and we are trying to bring it. So let's keep in mind, I think we got some data that's coming out, some GDP data that's coming out. So we will keep an eye on that. So if you are in any pre-market trades, do keep in mind, I do think we have some data getting released at 8 or 8:30. That will be, usually moves the market a little bit. Not like the FOMC meeting moved the market, but it should move the market, okay? So, good morning. If you're just joining me, I got my black coffee. I got my red submarine. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. We have another frosty one outside here in the cold areas of Michigan. But I do have family a heck of a lot further to the west and north of here. And yeah, they're shoveling. They're shoveling. They're snow blowing. They had a storm of the century as they're depicting it out there. But either way, guys, you know we've heard all of that before. Storm of the century or just a little trinkle. But let's go ahead and look at a few stocks, guys. First thing that we're going to look at is NVIDIA. Look at beautiful NVIDIA. Can ya feel it? Ladies and gentlemen, this right here is a beautiful gap up on earnings. The only thing that makes me a little distraught is it's gapped up right here at this double top, now making a triple top. So when you see triple tops, well, is it going to push through or is it going to fail? I would put my money on this thing failing, maybe not completely, but at least, you know, we're up here. There's a reason why it's came back down twice here, and that's because of supply. So if we look at NVIDIA and we look up here and we see that we have supply, then we need to just realize that the trade, you know, there's still trades there. There's still things that you can do with it. You could short this here. You could wait for it to break through and take the play higher. And we're just going to wait because we have time. We have an hour and a half before market open. So if you're here already, congratulations. We do appreciate you being here. Why? Because we love our pre-market prep. This is where you figure out whether or not you're going to take a trade, whether or not you know what's going on, whether you understand the breadth of the market, and if you can find any trades that might be setting up. So I brought up the watch list. I brought up a semiconductor watch list here for you guys. Just in case you don't have one, we can run through a few that I have here. These are all bigger names. So now that NVIDIA popped up, it looked like AMD had a little pop up, and we've been covering AMD too after it broke this downward trend line and it's trading above its 200-day moving average. Well, we had a breakdown, but now it looks like it's just up over that 200-day moving average, that AMD. So Taiwan Semiconductor, or TSM, still trading above the 200-day moving average, pulling back a little, but obviously because of NVIDIA, we're seeing a small push in a lot of these names. This is the ETF, the semiconductor SMH that you guys like that I cover. That still looks like it had a pullback, but obviously NVIDIA making it push a little higher. Aiden, that's a great question. I figured it out by looking at what you're looking at. Yeah, but I will go over it too. Just a triple top, guys, is when you're on any character, like any pattern. So right here's another triple top, okay? Just like we were talking about in NVIDIA, here's another triple top on SMH. So it's looking a lot like NVIDIA, and you could use it as like a kind of like to understand, right? So if we're on the hourly there, we'll go on the hourly here, and we got bump 1, bump 2, and here it comes back up at that 230, psychological 230, and technical area of resistance. And same thing with SMH. You see this? 1 top, 2 top, 3 tops, okay? And then after that third tops, it broke down, okay? Now, is that exactly what's gonna happen on NVIDIA? Absolutely not. NVIDIA is a totally different stock. It's weighted totally different, and it's not an ETF. Could it? Absolutely. It could definitely do it. So we're just trying to get an understanding of what's going on in the market so we can react, right? We already got 7 of you guys piling in here already. I do appreciate it, guys. You are here for pre-market prep. And Stu, my baby Stu! Good morning, Stu. It is so good to see you, man. You always get me pumped up. I love it. I love it, baby. I love it. I like it a lot. So yeah, we got the triple top on SMH, and it looks like we're going to show our hand on NVIDIA. Will this be a triple top? Well, currently it is showing a triple top, but we're not seeing a ton of sell-off. Again, keep in mind this is pre-market. AMAT, baby. So AMAT looks like it's finding support down here in its. We got a 1 base here. We got 2 bases here. When I say base, I'm talking this area of conformity. So these consolidated areas, then it pops down, pops back up, creates another consolidation area, and now it's sitting in that consolidation area and obviously getting a pop right here, probably because of NVIDIA, right, guys? So we're going to see a correlation in there. We got QCOM just trading below its 200-day moving average, got an even smaller pop than the rest of the crew. So that's looking good. NXPI, some of these I haven't really looked at in a long time. It looks like it's on a downfall, and it's got a little bump up because of NVIDIA. MRAM, guys, again, these are all semiconductors. So, oh, Stu says he's going snowboarding. Have a great day. Stu popped on just to say hello and let us know he's going snowboarding. You know, Stu is out there by the mountains. So Stu's got some awesome places to go snowboarding, as to where I am on the border of Michigan, Ohio. And for all of you that live around here with me, you know that the only hills that we have, you get just enough speed to get your heart racing, and that's about it. So, yeah, nothing really going on there. AEHR, you guys know I love AEHR, but I missed my opportunity way back here on this earnings gap up. I would have ended up alleviating my position at 33.85, and there's a reason why we have those stops, because look what happens after it starts to break this 10-day. It looks like it's starting to break down. So we aren't seeing much of a pop due to NVIDIA on AEHR, and that's probably because it's so extended. When I say it's extended, that's relative, guys. That's relative. That's all. It's extended to me because it's so far from its 200-day moving average compared to the rest of the indices, okay? ON, which is another semiconductor, it's trying to find a base, and it just keeps falling. We're not even seeing a pop from that and Rivian I just have on here for absolutely no reason. We need to put Rivian down here with the EVs and delete it. Goodbye from that section. So that's us just running through the hot sector right now because of NVIDIA's gap up on earnings, which we might end up taking a play on, guys. If you stick around, you'll see me take a live trade in front of you, just like I do every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, guys. And if you like the stock commentary, you like the analysis, look at my red submarine. It has zero correlation to the subscribe button. But back into it, guys. If this sets up the way I want to set it up. And you guys know I like taking the 5-minute range breaks. If this sets up the 5-minute range break, then I will take the trade. I want to see that range. I'm hoping it creates a range above that top. Now, if you guys remember, I tried to take the range break on wing yesterday. So wing stop. And when we played this range break, you can see right here what happens. Let me zoom in on the 5-minute because I believe that's what we took it out. So we played this range break. Okay. When it broke its range, we ended up getting in. Why does this look so different? Because we played the 1-minute range break. That's it. We played the 1-minute range break on this. It's been a while since I played a 1-minute range break. But look at this, guys. We played this 1-minute range break. Right here's your 1-minute candle that came out. It created a high of 189.95 and a low of 187.26. After it broke this range, we got in for a small amount of share size. We were risking $25 on this play. Risking $25 to try and earn $300. Okay, you see the risk reward that's there? So after it breaks out, we get in, but after it breaks down here, we gave it a little bit of time to see, and it wanted to continue lower. So we ended up getting out for a small loss on this. Okay, now look, what if I would have not taken that loss? What if I said, no, I'm not going to take a loss, and I'm just going to hold on to this thing? Look how much money I would be down now. We'd be down probably close to $50 to $100 right here. And that's not a good look. So that's why I'm bringing this up. This is why we look over our losers just as much as we look over our winners, guys. And that's because we need to understand stop loss. We need to understand when we are wrong, we admit that we're wrong, and we carry on. That's the only way we're going to be able to show up the next day so we can trade stocks like NVDA. Okay? Because if I went all out in wing, or if I just hold on to wing, one, I have money wrapped up into the situation that I don't want wrapped up, and two, if it broke, the whole reason why I got in here, and it's because I'm looking for an earnings continuation, and it doesn't continue, then why the heck would I be in the stock anyway? So listen to me. You're a loser unless you're learning, okay? You're a loser unless you are learning. So let's not be losers, guys. Let's learn a little something. And if you're here for pre-market prep, let me just give you a little pat on your back, because pre-market prep to me is one of the most important times that you can be here. Because we go through all the indices, we go through all the stocks that I'm currently in, and we go over all the ideas and the gap up on the earnings. And that's what we're doing here, guys. We have an hour and a half, well, a little less than an hour and a half now, and we will go through everything. And if we haven't gone through it, we will go through it. Aiden, are you still with us? If you're still with us, let me know in chat. And we will definitely go over the TQs because we go over the Qs every single day. So we're going to start with that. Aiden, if you're with us, thank you for joining us. I do appreciate you being here, and I do appreciate you putting that question in the comment section. So let's go ahead and start with NVIDIA. We already looked at NVIDIA. We're going to look at it on the 5-minute just to start. We can see that we have a beautiful gap up here on earnings. What do I mean by gap up? I mean, here is the day traded. Earnings came out right here, and now it's trading up over 10% from where it started. So Aiden, yes, you're still with us. Good. We're going to be on the Qs here in just a minute. So SMH is having this pullback, but that pop in pre-market as we went over. Tesla. Now, we talked about Uncle Tesla every single day, guys, and I told you I'm bullish above 200, I'm bearish below 200. So we seen this yesterday, and it popped up. Yesterday, I took a trade live in front of you. Right when this popped up, I started averaging in. I had about 8 shares of this thing once it hit to about here. It pulled all the way back. We had a nice win. It came back up, and we added into it. I said, if it breaks this area and it stays above VWAP, we're going to get out. So what did we do? We ended up getting out of this trade. We had a little issues with the buying and the selling in this area. So if you were here with me, I hope you learned just as quick as I did that when you're selling a share, don't try and sell your sold shares, right? Or you get more short sales. And that's going to happen, guys, especially on the Thinkorswim, because your bids and your ask, they're right next to each other, and it doesn't really stop you. It just lets you know that you're doing it wrong. So anyway, just right back to it. It came down, it came up, and we got out for a small win. We could have taken a lot more money out of this, guys, but as you'll see here, I'm greedy. I get a little too greedy, and I should take all my money out when I see these big flushes down like this, okay? But I got a little greedy. I wanted to hold out for the bigger flush. It did find support. We did have people in the chat that were looking out for me, and they said, hey, look, there's a lot of support down there. And I said, I do understand, and that's why we do know our stop loss. So when it came back up here and we got a little nervous and it stayed above that VWAP area, we got out for a small win. So that was awesome, guys. Let's keep on keeping on. Meta. So as you know, guys, I keep talking about Meta and this liquidity gap area, okay? Right down here by this 200-day moving average. I still think that this looks weak. This isn't a buy or sell recommendation. I'm just taking a visual and then regurgitating information about the technical patterns that I'm seeing. Okay, so we knew this 185 was extremely strong. After it broke and it popped back up, it didn't make it to that 185. It still sold off. So I didn't get this in short, but because it's nowhere near that 185, or if it does get up to that 185, it's still looking like a short to me. Now, Aiden, we are on the Qs. This is QQQ. QQQ is got the heavily weighted ETF that has the highest traded tech stocks in it. So the Q's weight has like, Apple, Tesla, Amazon. It's got all the big techs. So when you're looking at Q and you're asking about TQQQ, TQQQ is the exact same thing, only it's triple levered ETF, meaning if you're in the TQs, it will move 3 times as fast as the Qs. So that just means it is a triple levered ETF to the north side. So if you want the Qs to go higher, then you want to be in T. If you are looking to short the Qs, you would go to SQQQ, which is a triple levered ETF inverse, meaning it goes the opposite way of that. So back to the Qs. If we put the Qs over here on the left side and we have it on the 15-minute, and we put the SPY over here, which is the 500, and it's got an ETF of 500 of our best traded stocks, mostly in the United States. The Qs here are trading above the 200-day moving average and are sitting on top of the 30-day moving average, as to where the SPY has broken below that 30-day moving average and now is still above the 200-day moving average. So we are kind of in a bit of a pickle. This is the 50-day moving average just below here that it bounced off of. But guys, I could keep on adding all the different criteria to this, and we could just add so many indicators you wouldn't even be able to see the stock chart. But really what matters is this stock making you money or not. So what I see is that the SPY running into a key level. This is a very big area for liquidity, so we could see this take off. That's why I keep telling you every single day about this 400 area. That's why I continue to have it marked. We had the 410 mark, we had the 420 marked, and now we have the 400 mark, okay? So these are our lines, these are our levels, and this is where our technical and our average traded area prices are in the history, okay? There's reasons why we have these, and I've went over them so many times, guys. So if you don't understand why we're looking at 400, just ask. I'll go over it again, no big deal. So the Qs are looking a little stronger on the tech side rather than the SPY. So if you're looking at the TQs, make sure you know your stop orders. Microsoft looks like it's coming down and it's playing in this 200-day moving average area. We got to be careful here, guys. I don't like to play anything under its 200-day moving average. So if we're looking at Microsoft, okay, and we wanted to take a trade in Microsoft, I would want to see it form a base above the 200. If not, look what happens, guys. Look at this. It just comes down and it bonks its head on this 200-day moving average twice, 3 times, and now it breaks through. Are we going to trust this? The only thing I can say is we will want to wait, relax, and see what it gives us. So as for now, we're watching this 200-day moving average on Microsoft. Is it going to continue below this, or are we going to see some action to keep this above this around that 253 price area? So, how are you guys doing? Good morning today. Good morning, good morning. I'm Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. If you're just joining us, we do stock analysis. We do stock commentary. And of course, I put on these live trades for you every single day, guys. So I really appreciate you being here because I don't want to just sit here and ramble out into absolutely nothing. I love having a crowd. I am an introvert who needs attention. So it is very, very important that I stay behind my 4 walls, but I have a beautiful audience to talk to you. So Aiden says, do you have many long-term trades? So let me tell you about my long-term trades. I have some YouTube long-term trades that I pull up here for you guys, like VOO. So here's VOO. Well, we're up about $200 on this. We started averaging in when it was down here in its bottom. We just bought a few shares here and there. This is a long-term trade. You'll never see me sell this. If we continue lower, I'm going to continue buying this up more until we see constructive patterns. I'm not going to go full force into this because we could be just another bear market rally. As long as we stay above this 200-day moving average, I feel pretty confident about it. But anything could happen in this. So yes, this is one of my longer term trades. I just keep buying shares of this. We have a small amount. We have about 14 shares and we hold it at $359.50. So right here where I put this green line, that's our average. Anything above this line will be will have money, will be earning money on this. Anything below this line will be averaging even more money into it. So that's a long term. That's a long term investment. I also have VTI, which is also I only have 6 shares of this. I started this with my brother Howie. Anytime he has a little extra money, if he throws it in, if he buys it, I put my money where my mouth is because I'm the one telling him to buy it. So I also have VTI. The reason why I hold VOO and VTI and I constantly dollar cost average into it is simple, guys. Over the course of time, if we look at the history of the stock market, and this is only going back to 2019, but look, we have we've gained 86% since 2019. So on these bear markets, I try to pull the whole Warren Buffett thing, and on the pullbacks, this is totally different type of trading. This type of trading is the long term. I will never sell this. I'll probably giving these shares to my children type of stocks, okay? This is what I plan on living off of in the long future, all right? So that is my long term, and that's all I hold for long term right now. There are a few that I've tried to get into at these bottoms, and we can go over that. We have like SoFi, which I tried to average into down here after it broke out, and as it came down, I wanted to average into it. We actually got out of this for a small win, but because it broke my buy-in area, I'm waiting to see how this shapes up. It's still above its 200-day moving average, so it still could be a trade. Also, DraftKings. So when I look at DraftKings, I got in all the way down here, and I ended up averaging in and getting out right here. So that's part of trading. I probably would have wanted to get more out just because of earnings, but it looked very good for DraftKings. I'm a believer in DraftKings. I really think this thing has the ability to carry on Wayward Son, but I'm not a financial advisor. These aren't buy or sell recommendations. This is just something that I've been looking at in my portfolio, and I really feel like DraftKings could possibly, be one of the earnings winners, but we got to see the overall market shape up. As you guys know, we're still trading around that 400. The bears came in and they smacked us down hard. They smacked us down as hard as they possibly could, right? And you guys know I am a bear with horns. Heck, I shorted it, right? I shorted yesterday. I was the bear, but I always have my horns on because I'm always rooting for the 401ks. I'm always rooting for that VOO. I'm always rooting for the overall trend of the market to go up because we all have money and we all want to see America doing good, baby. So Tim Duncan just popped in and he says, "Good morning, Tim." That gives me a good reason to take a quick stop, take a quick breather, and take a sip, Shawana. So this one's for you, Tim. Thank you for showing up. Boy, oh boy, that's some good coffee. That is some good coffee. Warm or cold, it's black and it's delicious. Black coffee, delicious, delicious. So let's run through these indices, guys. We are on Amazon, AMZN. AMZN. We are trading at 96.56. What do I say every single day about Amazon, guys? What do I say? I say anything under this $100 price level is a duty stock. And look at it. It's still under that 100-day, but we are running into some resistance here because we have some consolidation right here. So if AMZN wants to be a good little boy and hold out, trade sideways, form a base, and head higher, we want to see it break through that 200-day moving average, not just poke its little turtle head above it. As you can see, it's bonked its head on this bear market 1, 2, 3 times. This time it just barely poked its head up and it sold off hard. So we got a long time for Amazon before that wants to come back like a fiend, guys. We're going to be waiting, okay? We're going to be waiting for that knock at the door, okay? So Apple is still looking pretty strengthfully because it's trading above that 200-day moving average. when things start breaking below that 200-day moving average, you'll see me get real nervous. So if Apple wants to hold, we might end up buying a few shares in that Apple and carrying on Wayward Son. But we will see, only time will tell. Now the SPY, beautiful SPY. Look at this line, guys. Why did I draw that line? Man, I'm telling you, this is what's beautiful about technical analysis, guys. This is why I love doing it, and this is why it gets me so excited, because look, the more you get comfortable understanding psychological levels and technical areas, then you'll start understanding where the supply is, where the demand is. And if you know where the supply is and you know where the demand is, then you just have to ride on those giant shoulders. Meaning what? Meaning this, guys. We had a hefty push off of the bottoms since January 1st. Look at this. Right here was our pivot point on 10/12/22, okay? And then by the first of the month, okay, right here, we formed this base, okay? We made new higher lows, and we carried on Wayward Son. We pushed up above that 200-day moving average, and we kept pushing. We went all the way up to that 420 area. Then what happened? We pulled back. We had what I would consider a constructive pullback. We traded sideways. We formed a nice base at that 410. We talked about that 410 all last week. Then what happens, guys? It breaks that 410, and then I say, guys, watch out. It's probably going to come down to this 400 area. That's its next line in the sand. And here we sit, okay? We are sitting right on that 400. And yesterday, we wanted to see it break one way or another. We wanted to see it go north. We wanted to see it go south. And it played games with our hearts, just like that Backstreet Boys song. And I won't sing to you right now. We'll do that at 500 subscribers. Speaking of which, guys, I woke up this morning. We are at 215 subscribers. 215 subscribers. Listen, guys, I bring you the best commentary that I can possibly bring you, and I'm getting better every single day. I bring you the analytics of each stock ticker. If I'm not watching it and you put it up on chat, I don't miss the chat. I bring it up, I pull it up, and I say what needs to be said, because if I wasn't saying what was needed to be said, we'd be talking about blank time here. Guys, this red submarine behind me has no correlation to the subscribe button. If you like my commentary, if you like my analytics, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, guys, because you know what? You know what? Simply put, I absolutely have a passion for the stock market, guys, so I'm happy you're here. Thank you for joining me today. Let's go ahead and look at a few of our gap ups. So we know that LUNR, LUNR, has gone absolutely crazy the past couple of days. So if we look, when we initially started covering this, it was up 359%. Okay. Then yesterday it broke out from its base. This thing's up 1,412%. 1,412%. Could you imagine? Like, I like doing it. I love to do it. Imagine you went full account in this thing. You just said, you know what? I love this accumulation. I like where this base is. We drew this base out here. We drew this base out, I think, on the second day or third day. We're saying, oh, look at, it's holding this base. I'm not acting like I knew that this thing was going to gap up 1,000%. I had no clue. But when you are in front of the market, you might get opportunities like this. So this right here is what I would consider a breakdown or a breakout, okay? So we have high traded liquidity, huge pushes up, and a pullback that sustains sideways. After it breaks out, this could be your breakout trade. I would definitely gotten half out here, which would have been an amazing trade. Then you hold the other half until it breaks that 10-day moving average. Now, would I have actually taken this play? The whole reason why I was not on top of this play, guys, is because it never got anywhere near this 10-day moving average. This 10-day moving average, it still was extended from it. So I sat back and relaxed. I was going to give this thing at least a couple more days. But that's trading. You live, you learn. Next time we see a beautiful tight triangle like that, we will give it more attention. That is for gosh darn sure. So let's go ahead and make sure we are caught up on everything, guys, and we will continue. We will keep on keeping on. So yeah, LUNR is a beautiful thing. It really is. And of course, we're going to keep looking at NVIDIA because right at market open at 9:30, I might have to take me a little peeky gander at this. We might have a nice little range breakout on NVIDIA. And if we do, I want to be there to capitalize on it. If we miss it, that's A-okay. We're not going to have that fear of missing out, the FOMO, fear of missing out. We don't want none of that. And if you have fear of missing out, just like I tell my brother when he gets real excited when he's trading, because everybody does when you first start, hey, revert back to the mean. Realize you should not be trading if you're that excited. Trading is extremely exciting. I get extremely passionate about it. But you always have to revert back to the mean, and you always have to take calculated risk first. Risk management is an edge in itself. If you haven't found your edge, then learn risk management first, and that will save you from draining your account to zero. It will help you show up again another day to trade. So what am I doing? Right now, what I'm doing, guys, is I'm just going through this list. I'm going through the gap up scanners, okay? So like ENVX. We know ENVX has got a nice gap up here. Where is it gapping up to? Well, ENVX is at 991. If we look at 991, that's only gapping up over this area. It's not very interesting to me at all. So Little Pencil says price project for LUNR. Well, we actually just went over LUNR, but what I'll do for LUNR is I'll go over it. Sorry about that, LUNR. I'll go over it one last time really quick, guys, just so you know when it comes to price predictions, okay? So, Little Pencil, I don't want to make you mad, but I'm not going to give you the answer that you came here for, okay? I will say this. It's very extended here, Pencil. It's very extended here. This is not my type of play. My type of play would be somewhere down here waiting for this 10, 20, or 30-day moving average to catch up to it. This thing took off, and it's on a tear, and it's very extended and now choppy. So if you look at the range on this, it's trading, the bid is $94.15 and the ask is $97. That's a $3 range. So right now, if you bought the market and you bought 100 shares, you'd be down $300 just by hitting buy market. Now you can't do that in pre-market, I'm totally aware. But you got to understand, because of the range is so big, whoever's in here pushing this thing around can push it around really, really easily. I looked it up last night. I think this is a 50 million float. I'll just look it up here for you right now while I got you. So let's go ahead and take a peeky gander at the float. So this is where I pull up the float on LUNR. I just put it on float checker, LUNR. So it is 4.1 million. I was wildly wrong, and I'm glad we looked it up again. I thought I looked it up this morning or last night, and it was LUNR was around 50, but I was wrong. Maybe I typed it in wrong, but guys, we are at 5 million on LUNR, so you need to be extremely careful, guys. Extremely careful with this stock. It can rip your face off. Rip your face off like you got a mask. That is no good. So be careful with that. But we also, while we're here, I like to bring up the short interest and LUNR. So I'm not seeing any information on that. That's A-okay. But just to go back to what you're saying, Pencil, first off, thank you for the question. We do appreciate your contribution in the chat. That always helps. But LUNR, when it comes to a price prediction, this is what I'll say. If it wants to base out here in this area and not give back all of these gains, then I would say in a couple more days, you might see LUNR take off even higher. Now, these aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm literally just speculating. I'm telling you whether it's going to go up or whether it's going to go down, right? Anybody can be right. Anybody can be wrong. But if I'm looking at a stock like this, I would want to see another one of these bases, Pencil. One of these, I call these accumulations, where they accumulate. So if we just look at this one, see how it accumulates, it pushes up, pulls back, finds a happy center, pushes up, pulls back, and then finds another happy center all the way across this. So this is one accumulation. This whole thing is two, and now this is pushing up, and look, it looks like it's starting to form another accumulation. And if it does that, then I might look for another trade in this, okay? But until that happens, until I see these moving averages catch up, this isn't my strategy. It's not my discipline strategy, and I can't follow any risk management rules on this. So I will be covering it for you, Pencil. If this is what you're watching, let me know if you're in it. Are you in it, Pencil? Are you taking a trade? Are you looking to short it? What's going on? So let's keep on carrying on, guys. We have WIX, WIX gapped way up, and we were just keeping an eye on it, right? Because it gapped up into this consolidated area, so I don't really care for it. And we'll just go, goodbye. See you, WIX. Nice knowing ya. IQ also had that gap up. If you guys remember this gap up earnings, I drew this line. Why? Because look at the daily. It gapped up how many times? 1, 2. Now it's its third top. Well, guys, this is why I brought up the tippy tops on NVIDIA, because NVDA, if we look at what's going on in the history, these tops are being they're being held as the supply. So we have three tops, and it failed. Now, will this fail all the way? Look, it found a bid down back here at its base, and now it's heading back higher. So am I saying that NVIDIA is going to triple top and just fail forever? No. You got to think about your time frame. Are you trading on a 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, 1 hour? Are you trading on the daily? If you're trading on the daily, then you want to make your stop on the daily, right? If you're taking it on a 1 minute, and you're taking this breakout, make sure your stop is somewhere in the 1 minute, okay? So we'll see if this triple top's going to give us a little breakaway. What I would personally like to see is right in the morning, this thing breaks out and then it pulls back to create our range. If it can do that, then heck yes. Ginger Hopper, good morning, my lo-fi friends. Mama's in the building, baby. Mama, I know you're working, Mama. I know you got me up streaming, and I know you're out there trying to get as many subscriptions as you can. My mom's busting her butt to see her baby move up in this world, guys. And if you want to be like, Mama, go ahead and look at my red submarine. It has no correlation to the red subscribe button. Mom, I appreciate you here. This one's for you. You gotta love it. You gotta love your family supporting you, and you gotta love your friends supporting you. Pencil says, thank you. Yes, I was up 80% yesterday from LUNR, now 30%. Very interesting. Also got some NVIDIA. Well, Pencil, congratulations. We love to see you green. And we want to see you in here every single day with us, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. So if I'm bringing you any form of content that you enjoy, hit that subscribe, brother. Let me know that you hit that subscribe, and let me know that you are 216, baby, because that's what we want to see. We want to constantly be getting better here at LoFiTrader. So let's go through our stocks. Wing yesterday, guys. IQ touched that top, that triple top, and I said, nope, I'm keeping my hands clean of this trade, and we carried on. Wing, as we went over this morning, we took Wing on the 1 minute breakout. It did break down. We did lose a little money on that, but for the day, we still stayed overall green. It was an amazing day yesterday in a red bleeding market. If you can stay green and you're long bias, you know that your risk management is kicking some booty, guys. That's all it is. Right now, my win rate is 34%. That's not something you would want to put on blast, but it's 34%, and we're green for the month. About $180. Not much, guys. It's, we're going to be able to buy groceries this month. My family will be able to eat. We'll be okay. But here's the thing. We're not green with a 34% win rate. If somebody brought me $100,000 and they said, hey, Dave, I know you like the stock market. I know you love trading the stock market. What's your win rate? And I said, my win rate is 34%. That person would probably laugh their butt off and wildly walk away. But if you're a trader and you know how percentages work, you know that if you win 50% of the time, okay, and you lose 50% of the time, but you win more money than you lose, then you're always going to win money, right? Now, we don't always win money here. We're not up every single month because why? Trading is hard, guys. And that's why I put myself on blast for you guys every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. I put myself on blast for your entertainment. So if you enjoy it, if you can stand behind it, well, this is self-preservation, baby. Hit that subscribe button. All right, back to the stocks, baby. Back to the stocks. So we have a few gap ups. ENVX, we talked about, that's hitting its tops. TMDX, that is trading at 75.44. So if we zoom out here, 75.44, we're going to go ahead and mark where this is so we can see it on the daily. 75.44 is roughly right here. So this is where the stock is trading right now on the daily. Look at this, guys. On the daily, this thing has not just gapped up on earnings, okay, but it's also gapped up over a huge base. So TMDX is definitely going to be on my watch for that range breakout, okay? So we'll see what happens with TMDX, but it's definitely on my number one watch list along with NVDA and LUNR. Okay? So if you guys are watching something, anything that I am not, go ahead and throw that up in the chat. If not, I'm going to keep talking about what I want to talk about, and I'm going to try and trade out of my book, guys. So it's starting to get warm. You know what? Let's try this. We are going to rise up today. We are going to see if standing is a little nicer for us. So if you're just joining with me, this is the very first time we have done this on stream, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope you like it, because I'm up, I'm on my feet. My knee is A-okay right now. I may be putting a lot of the pressure on my right foot because, well, obvious reasons. We don't want to destroy the meniscus. Just because we tore the meniscus doesn't mean we need to destroy the meniscus. So, wow, this is a lot better. I like standing. This is nice. Start moving, start dancing. All right, guys. Well, I want to keep you here, so I won't dance. But let's go through these stocks. NAOV. Look at this, guys. We've been watching NAOV for over a week since it's gapped up. It's holding this base, okay? It's holding this base here, and now this 10-day moving average has caught up. When this 10-day moving average catches up, what do I want to see? I want to see it respecting the 10-day moving average. Can it carry on? Can it squat down on top of it and form a nice little area that we can break off on to go higher? No trades in it currently, waiting for the setup. DT. Well, DT is looking mighty fine, although on its earnings gap up, it gave it all, well, not all of it back, but now it's trading on its 21-day moving average, and we need a few more days to see what's going to happen. But do keep in mind, it's only a 3.3% ADR. Slow mover. Next up, ELF. Now, guys, I like ELF. ELF, look at this. Squatting down on that 10-day moving average, and if we can see the SPY shape up, if we can see the SPY hold above that 200-day moving average, also the 50s right below it, if it can hold up, say it trades sideways, and then we think we see some continuation to the north side, well, guess what's behind you? If you are in ELF in this awesome gap up earnings winner, and you're in ELF when the market decides to take off, well, then I can almost assure you, all these stocks that are doing well while the market is falling, then they are too going to head to the north side. So keep in mind, guys, when you are looking at these stocks that are doing wildly amazing, look at this, guys, wildly amazing compared to the overall market that's taking an absolute duty poop right here, needs to be flushed. These are the stocks we need to keep our eyes on, guys. These are what's in the Can Slim method, okay? And if you don't know what the Can Slim method is, that's by William O'Neill. Get this book, How to Make Money in Stocks. It is a difficult reader for the new stock market guy. You know, if you're just getting into the stocks, the best thing for you to do is to do what you're doing right now. Watch somebody on YouTube, learn everything that you possibly can from them, ask them all the stupid questions, and if you find interest in this, right here, guys, right here. I mean, it's a big book, but 100 pages of it are all just examples. They're all just examples of how Mr. O'Neill trades. He uses the weekly time frame, and he uses a lot of the 30-day moving averages, okay? But you don't have to trade exactly like William O'Neill. I don't trade exactly like Mr. William O'Neill. If I did, I would be a multimillionaire probably by now. But what you have to do is find the way you want to trade. What are you comfortable with trading? How are you comfortable with trading? So if you're a swing trader, you're not going to necessarily look at the smallest caps, right? Because they move so stinking fast. Or you might, but you have a certain criteria of how you're going to play it, right? So like Kristen Quilamagi, he plays very small caps, not anymore, but in the beginning when he had the availability to. Now he has too much money. He can't get into those stocks, or he'll move them himself and he'll get stuck and trapped in those stocks. But, you know, if you're taking a swing trade, you can take it on these smaller caps, but you got to be really careful on those rip your face off stocks, right, guys? I talk about it all the time. So B. Stewie says, I've got all kinds of stupid questions. Can't wait to meet up. Yeah, brother, I'm more than happy to go over all the stupid questions, because I know on this channel I'm going to be saying those same things over and over and over again, and that's A-okay, because by the time I get it down, it'll be so rehearsed. By the time we have 100,000 subscribers and we get thousands of people watching every day, I will be so well rehearsed that even the community will know the answers, and I'll have help by then, right? So We're just going to look at Ford. This is why we have stop losses, guys. This is why I don't trade anything under that 200-day moving average, because you could be wildly hurt. You know, a lot happens under these 200-day moving average. This is just, if it's under the 200-day moving average for me, you're just hoping. And I don't like that hopium. I don't like the hopium, and when I say hope, I use it respectfully, right? You guys know that. Every time I say it, I say respectfully. So snap back up to that price that it, on earnings, it gapped down to. Then it took off. It's already given all of that earnings gap back, okay? So, snap. Trading below its 200-day moving average, it tried to gap up and smack into that 200-day moving average. It still didn't have enough push. It created a double top here, and then it headed lower, and it's still looking mighty weak. NYT, look at NYT, guys. Now, this is a slow mover, 2.7%. We looked at NYT. Why? Because of the gap up earnings. We wanted to play this, but we missed it. So we marked out our chart, and it looks like it would have stopped us out, but barely. And now we got the 10-day moving average catching up to it. And what do you know? It's squatting down on top of it. So if we have this squatting down and trading sideways for the next couple days, well, I'm going to be looking at this for a beautiful, beautiful long. But that's all in good time. That's all in good time. So we will see how that one pans out. Let's see. SLQT. So SLQT, look at that. Respecting that 10-day moving average, guys. I like it. I like it a lot. Wow, this thing, what a gapper. You know, it reached a high of 192%. I mean, that's pretty cool. So this thing gapped up. It's trading sideways for a while now. And now it looks like it's touching that 10-day moving average, and it wants to go higher. Even in pre-market, it starts to go higher. And as we're talking, guys, the SPY sits at 400, almost spot on the nose. Why do I keep bringing up 400, 410, and 420? Well, simply put, those are our lines in the sand, 410, 400, and 420. There's a reason why we put them here, guys. This is the reason why I preach it every single day. And we've been talking about that 400 the past 2 days. I said when it was around 405 that it looked like we're going to come down to that 400. And we did. I was wildly right on this one. Where is it going to go next? I'm not sure. I'd love to see the market go higher. I'm a bear with horns, as you guys know. ARRY. We tried to get into ARRY while the market was down here. I said if it broke this trend line that I made, that I was going to get out. And I did. Okay? But if this thing can hold out and continue back higher, I will average back into this, and we will make some money. XPON, this thing is looking like a turd of a stock now, trading below that 10-day moving average and cannot hold its push over top of these liquidity banks. ACLS. ACLS is another one of our very strong stocks, and I think we need to keep all of our strongest stocks together. So I'm going to go ahead and put ACLS and ELF at the very top, and we'll look at our most cool, or like our hottest stocks will be at the bottom of this list, okay? We got 14 of you in here watching now. If you're new and you're not subscribed yet, guys, hit that subscribe button, okay? We want to grow this community. Every single day we are going to be here Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. You can count on me, guys. You can count on me being here and being square. I'm the nerd in the market. I'm passionate, and it's fruitful, all the information that I'm bringing you. So if I can bring any value to your life, hit that like, hit that subscribe, back to the show. BBAI. So BBAI, it looks like it's continuing to pull back. Now, BBAI and GFAI and AI are all in the artificial intelligence sector. So when I look at BBAI and I look at GFAI, to me, those are the laggers in this stock. This thing's broken down all the way. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of GFI. Goodbye. Let's take a look at AI, because I know, the hype, the hotness of AI. People are starting to ask, hey, is AI, is it still hot? Is it over? Well, here's the thing. It could be hot still, and it could be over. But what we do is we look at the technical analysis to find out if it's hot or if it's over. So we know that AI is one of the most talked about stocks. How do I know that? Well, thank you so much for asking that question. I will be happy to go over why that is. So if we go to Ape Wisdom, this is a free site that I use. Everything that you guys see, everything in front of you is going to be free. When I talk and I give you free information, if I bring up a website that you can use, it is free. If you look at my charting platform, it is also free, guys. The only thing that I use that I pay for would be Trading View, this, okay? Because it gives us a lot of different stocks that Thinkorswim doesn't actually carry. It'll show us the yields, it'll show us the dollar, it'll show us a lot of different things. So what I'm talking about with AI, guys, I bring this up. Maybe I won't blast your screen with white, but our biggest, most talked about name right now is NVIDIA, okay? Our next biggest talked about name is AI. Then it's the SPY, then it's Tesla, then it's AMD, then it's Intel, then it's AMC, okay? So when I think lagger, I think if it's not in the top, if it's in those top talked about sections, then I feel like I have a pretty good reason to believe that AI would be our leader, okay? So everything's looking good. Everything's looking great. Sim, Anna, good morning. It's good to have you here. I appreciate you being here. What were we talking about last night, Anna? Was it NVIDIA, NVDA? Yeah, so we were talking about NVIDIA last night with Anna. I almost want to bring up our chat to see what else we were talking about. But yeah, guys, we got a lot going on here. Let's continue with our thing. AI. So AI, if we look at AI, it's starting to form that accumulation setup that we talked about on LUNR, okay? And wow, what a beautiful gap up here for NVIDIA, guys. It's up over its highs. It's trading at 231.07. So if AI can keep trading sideways and catch a rising 21 or 30-day moving average, then I will definitely be looking at this for a long, and I will be very well sized into this if my play sets up, okay? This isn't a buy or sell recommendation. I'm literally just telling you guys what I am looking for, okay? So if this can hold this nice base around this psychological $20 area, it trades sideways for, let's say, another week, that would be even better, and then it starts squatting down on the 20, the 30, or the 10-day moving average, that's when I'll look for a breakout to the north side. And if that happens, guys, I hope you're here with me because I will be taking a nice, juicy trade on that one. So, and as we speak, NVIDIA is heading higher to 31.30, looking absolutely beautiful. If any of you guys have this in chat, congratulations. I do not play earnings. I feel like it's more of a gamble than anything. Yes, Rabi. I have such a hard time saying that. Oh, I wish I could say it properly. R-A-B-I-A, Rabbi. I want to say rabbi, but I think rabbi is actually without the A, so I think it's Rabi or rabbi. Rabbi? I wish you could correct me, brother. I want to say it the right way. I want to make sure we get better every single day at saying people's names. I can pronunciate almost any English word, but when it comes to last names or foreign names, I do have an extremely hard time. So I want to say Rabbi S. Thank you so much for joining us. It's so good to see some of you guys continuing to re-show up. Rabia. Am I saying it right now? Rabia. I'm going to have to save that. I'm going to save that in my notes so I don't forget it tomorrow. Rabia. Okay. Guys, Rabia's in the building, baby. Let's go. Thank you for sticking with me, Rabia. Thank you for sticking with me, Sim, Pencil, Stewie, Duncan, Mama. You guys are awesome. I appreciate you being here. Hit that subscribe button so you see what's going on every single day. Anyway, back to the show. CRDO. Why do we look at CRDO? Oh my goodness. Just for a friendly reminder of why we have stop losses. Now, this thing did absolutely fail in pre-market. So, there's that. If it fails in pre-market, it's hard to get out, but that's why you don't ever want to have all your money invested into one stock. If you're going to invest a lot of money, I suggest an ETF. If you're going to invest a lot of money in one stock, I suggest a stop loss so you know exactly how much you're going to lose. These aren't buy or sell recommendations. I could be wildly wrong about anything that I'm saying. I'm just a YouTuber, just a guy with a talking head that loves to do trades for you and stock analysis. So I'm just running through these really quick, just so if we see anything that we may have missed. EMBC, this is looking nice and tight. See, this is another high and tight. You guys see it. Okay, this would have been an earnings gap up on a 5-minute breakout that we would still be in this trade. Okay, and now it's forming a nice base. It's holding up while the overall market has been failing. So this EMBC we're going to take and we're going to pull to the top of our chart with the rest of our very strong real stocks. And I say real because they're not low float garbage stocks that are just trying to dilute their shareholders. So let's keep on keeping on. Let's look at NU. NU, we're going to wait for NU to actually form up on this 21-day moving average. It looks like it's already found a base, creating a new higher low. If it can squat down on this looks like a company that could possibly move higher. It is a newer company. It does have this volume at the base getting bought up, and it looks like accumulation buying it up, or institutionals buying it up. So we're also going to take NU and we're going to pull this to the top as one of our stronger tickers over the overall market. Because guys, I feel like if we do get a turnaround in the market, which I don't know if it's going to or not, but if we do get a turnaround, we need to be prepared. We need to be prepared. We can have fun. We can sit here and chit chat all day. But in the end, guys, I'm here to make money, and I'm here to make sure we're keeping the community safe, and so they don't lose too much money, okay? So if I'm here to make money, well, what happens when the market starts to turn around? Well, I'll tell you this, I'm not going to get caught off guard. If the market starts to turn around and I got the market's breath to my back, the biggest thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go right back to the top of this watch list, and I'm going to say, guys, I'm pulling these out of my bag. Why? Because I want to be in the strongest stocks when the market looks the healthiest, right? So it looks like NVIDIA is doing exactly what we asked it to do, okay? NVIDIA is breaking those highs. We're trading at 232.66. Granted, this is in pre-market. Keep that in mind, guys. If we're in pre-market, the movements aren't going to hold as much. That can be argued. That is relative. But on these earnings gap ups, we have all this room that we pushed up, and we're pushing up even higher. Okay, that means if it starts to break down here, this can't be really accounted for. This little area might be accounted for, like this might be a nice little stop spot, but we're not hoping to see that, guys. What we are hoping, and I say that respectfully, this to push up higher than this area, okay? As it breaks through higher on this area, we want to see it pull back. If it's trading above its breakout area, we want to see a pull back to that breakout area before we take a long. And what I am looking for personally is a range. I like to see the 5-minute range or the 1-minute range. And if everything pans out today, you'll get to see me trade that in front of you today on NVIDIA. Now, since we are breaking above this, we don't have a triple top that we have to worry about anymore. As to where, like we talked about earlier in pre-market, if this opens up just below it, we can almost expect it to smack its head on this and then fall lower, find some support down here, and then travel higher. But now we are on a different scenario. We're on a scenario as to where this is breaking out above its highest traded area in the past 52 weeks, okay? If it's trading above that in the past 52 weeks, this is something we definitely want to look at for an earnings continuation. So that's definitely going to be on our watch list, but we're going to continue through this left side. Let me take a quick sip really quick. Oh yeah. What is it, guys? Coffee or tea? What are you guys drinking out there? Coffee or tea? I love my coffee. I pour it in there piping hot. I start drinking it the second I can drink it. And then I drink that thing till it's cold, and it's delicious when it's cold too. The issue is I'm wearing a nice white shirt today. We don't want no dribbles. And you know that can happen with this. You start drinking out of this with this thing, and everything starts dripping on you and stuff. It's ridiculous. But I'm doing it for you. We're going to grow the handlebar mustache out. We're going to do it for the crew. Why not? Maybe we wait till a bull market before I get my bull horns going. What do you guys think? Once we're in a bull market, for sure, we'll get this thing going. The wife hates it. I love it. But we'll see. We'll see what comes of it, right? All right, let's see here, guys. Let's check out Airbnb. So Airbnb, if you guys remember, it had a nice gap up on earnings. I do like Airbnb. I like the idea of it. I think it's a little saturated now. I think everybody decided to start an Airbnb. So it's kind of, it's kind of like, man, it's not as popular It's not as fun, but it is definitely something new. It's definitely something different, and it is a popular stock among retail traders. We also see a nice push in liquidity right here in volume. We get a nice push up in volume, and then it's pulling back, trying to find support on its 10-day moving average. So, will it hold support? That would be awesome, because I want to see Airbnb do better. No, I don't have any trades in Airbnb, but I wouldn't mind seeing a trade form, right? That the more trades that we can take, the more money and more opportunity we have to make. So TTD, if you guys remember, we played TTD on this breakout. I made some big money on this one, guys. So I'll just go over it really quick since we went over our losers. Look at this. What is this? What is this candle? This is a 5-minute candle. Okay, I click up here. I go to the 5-minute. We look at the candles. Each candle represents 5 minutes of information. The information is it opened up right here. It traded as low as this $57. It traded as high as $58.82. After, on the next 5-minute candle, what information is it giving us? It's giving us that it opened up at its low of $57.11, and it's traded up and broke through that 5-minute range. Here's that 5-minute range. It broke through it. I decided to get in. This is where I got in, guys. And this red line is my stop loss. That's why there is a 5-minute range. 5-minute range meaning in this 5-minute range, I'm getting a breakout where I get in and a stop loss where I'm getting out. It's very, very simple. If your trading is hard or you cannot learn from who you're trying to learn, well, then don't learn from them. Don't learn from them. And I really mean that, okay? Because here's the thing. You're a loser unless you're learning, okay? You are a loser unless you're learning. And if you can't learn from who's teaching you, then you need to find a new instructor, okay? All I'm trying to do is show you guys really, really simple strategies that I take that keep me profitable, okay? So on this 5-minute range, you have a 5-minute candle, you have a top, you have a bottom. This bottom is where I'm going to get out of the trade. This top is where I'm going to get into this trade. We got into this trade. The market looked somewhat healthy at the time. After this thing broke out, it went way up here. We were up a lot of money, but my rule set says we need to hold on to this thing till 3 to 5 days. Well, we held on to it for 3 days. We got half out here, and we moved our stop loss from this stop loss up to break even, and we broke out even here. So we made money on the trade. Did I make as much as I possibly could? Absolutely not. But you're never going to catch the top, and you're never going to catch the bottom. If you do, you need to brag about it because you got lucky, okay? Because nobody knows where the top is. Nobody knows where the bottom is. We only know where demand and supply zones are, right? So if we're looking at demand and supply zones, what we're going to do is really just keep an eye on the overall supply zones, and then we give ourselves enough leeway with our risk, right? Okay, so Ranny wore out. Good morning. We got Ranny in here. Good morning, Granny Ranny. Good morning, Granny Ranny. I don't know what you're drinking, but this is my black coffee. If you have black coffee, I need you to cheers with me. Everybody give a good shout out to Granny Ranny. She is our low float mega whale stacking up them papers. She's doing what she can. We're doing what we can. So we got pencil for the question. Let me take a quick sip pencil and we will get right into it, baby. NVDA trading at 234. If this doesn't make you excited, I don't know what does, guys. I don't know what does. So we're going to go back to LUNR. It looks like we get another question on LUNR, which I'm totally fine with covering because this LUNR, this thing is a pretty looking stock. So he says, hello, last question about LUNR. It's dropped to $89. Would you sell it right now if you had shares at $71? I will be happy to tell you this. Did you subscribe to me though, LUNR or Pencil? Have you subscribed? Because what I'm about to give you is some real deal information. So make sure you hit that subscribe button and I'm going to give it to you, okay? When I look at LUNR, okay, and if you had shares at $71, okay, $71, I would definitely take profit. What you can do, Pencil, I keep calling you LUNR now, but if you have money and you're worried about losing money and it's a significant enough where you're going to get hurt, what you need to do is take profit. Always take profit, okay? Because how are you going to feel? Taking half of your shares now or taking all your shares out when you break even? Or even worse, you hold on to it till it goes down even further for a loss. So I'm going to act like I own these shares right now, okay? And I own these shares when I bought this little breakout at 73 or something, and I held on to it, and it's coming all the way back down. Even if I was only up $1 a share, I would take my money out because I'm up profits, and this thing is wildly extended. Now, would I take them all? Probably not, because this thing has the opportunity to run even higher. But make sure if you are up that money, take a little profit so that way you're not mad at yourself for watching everything that you worked for go right back. Okay, pencil? So that's all I'm saying, brother. This isn't a buy or sell recommendation. This is just what I would do if I own shares of LUNR. I would definitely make sure that I have taken some profit if I'm hoping for something higher. I would know my risk first. So my risk in this situation, just because it's putting right out there, would be the 72.34 or a psychological 72 area. I'd set it at just below 72, okay? And then I would take half of my shares out, and then I would just wait. And if it stops me out for that last half, I'm gonna be okay with it. If this thing takes off and wants to go wildly higher, then I'm okay with that too, right? So just be very careful, pencil, and listen. You don't have to say last question. I am here until 9, or hell, I'm here from 8 until 12, brother. So don't say last question. Ask as many as you want. That's what we are here for. It looks like LLAP is back up on the gap up scanner. So it looks like it's doing well. It's holding this base out right here in its pre-market. It's not too pretty because we already had this dip down, but it did hold, came back up, it went right into its liquidity area, and then it failed. Now it's holding out, and it looks like it's trying to get back in that liquidity area again. This is an interesting area to me now. Why? Because it has tested this area of liquidity so many times. Okay, it's tested, it's pushed up on higher liquidity, it's pulled back, had some volume price contraction right here, traded sideways, and now we're starting to see some action again. If this thing can break out above that, we might have some continuation higher. But we also need to remind ourselves that this thing is so far extended above its 10, 20, and 31-day moving average, this thing could just fail. So I retrace my statement, and I say this needs some more time. We need a lot more time for a lot more buyers to come in here and say, hey, I want a piece of this stock. All right? So just keeping our eye over here on NVDA. Let's see what else we got. Anything that we miss? Oh, XM. So XM is another one of those amazing stocks, guys. If you guys look, the whole market was pulling back yesterday. XM just constantly kept going higher and higher. So ACLS, XM, ELF, EMBC, and NU are my CanSlim candidates. Now, I haven't went through all of the criteria to make sure that these are amazing candidates. All I'm using right now for it is the technical analysis. Tonight, if the market does look like it's going to give us a nice breath to the north side, that's when I'm going to do my due diligence. That's when I'm going to really hone in on these stocks, and I'm going to say, hey, which ones are my number ones? Which ones are my back burners? And then from there, how do I make money from that? Guys, thank you so much for joining me. We have 30 more minutes till morning opening. I've already been here for an hour talking about stock trading analysis, commentary, and of course, waiting and getting set up to take those live trades. So if I'm bringing you any value, any whatsoever, I want you to take a look at this beautiful, beautiful submarine. Yes, I drew that submarine. Yes, I am one of the world's greatest drawers. Amazing, I know. But that submarine has no correlation to the red subscribe button. Zero whatsoever. Right back to the stock market, guys. Let's see if we're missing anything else. ARBE, we were talking about that yesterday, guys. ARBE is trying to hold that base. We'll see if it does, but it is still wildly extended from the 10, 20, and 30-day moving average. So we will see what happens. AMCX. You guys remember taking AMCX? It was a very wide range here on AMCX, but I wanted it. I wanted it because sometimes these AMC names can really take off. And with a very interesting surprise on earnings, this thing did take off, but we gave it all back because we couldn't hold on to it for that 3 days. So, no big deal. Now, remember our game plan on NVIDIA, guys. We're hoping to see a nice pullback to get this thing to create a range above its highest traded area, okay? We need it above, or it's going to be more like a wing, where it breaks above and then it breaks right down below, right? So we're hoping to create this range, but this one we're hoping on NVIDIA will carry higher rather than Wing carrying lower, okay? So Baidu, feels like a lot of people talk about Baidu. It is trading above its 200-day moving average, but I don't think it did very well on earnings. Or they haven't had earnings? No, they had earnings, yeah. They gapped up on earnings and then they gave it all back. So not a good look on BIDU. So, guys, if you have anything that you want me to take a look at, you want me to go over it, go ahead, bring it up in the chat. If not, I'm going to keep looking at what I want to look at. And if you think this is a boring show, well, that's your own dang fault. Let me know what you want to talk about. We'll be happy to go over it. Anything going on outside this world? Any more balloons getting shot down? Any more UFOs being sighted? You know what I think is funny about these UFOs is all the conspiracy theorists that all are like, UFOs are real, UFOs are real. Now they're saying, no, all these UFO sightings, they're all fake, they're all staged. And it's just so funny to watch it get flip-flopped. It's like, do you want us to believe in UFOs or not? I don't get it. But either way, my stance on it is always going to be neutral. I don't know what's out there, but I just think it's funny how you have finally the general population trying to agree that these UFOs are being sighted, and now the conspiracy theorists are like, no, those aren't the real UFO sightings, but all the other ones that we talked about were. So TMDX looks really, really good here, guys. Breaking above all these highs. I mean, like, when you see something like this is amazing. So, like, if I mark these highs, and you see you have this big base and then this big base of consolidation, well, this earnings gapped up over all of that, okay? And it's already on this crazy uptrend. Like, look at this. That's nasty, guys. That is nasty. That looks like 2020's base off of the bottoms in March when Jerome Powell started printing that money. So, let's see. We got SM. Will NVIDIA fill the gap down in the future? What will be the gap down number for NVIDIA? So if we look at NVIDIA, guys, I really don't know. I have to always start by telling you I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know the exact answer to that. But what I can do is I can look for hints for the answers. I can look at the technical analysis and I can say, hey, this is what I'm seeing or this is not what I'm seeing. So when it comes to will it fill its gap, your short answer is I don't know. I don't know, and only time will actually tell. So there's a few things that I am looking for on NVIDIA. If we stay above this, I'm hoping, and I say hope respectfully because that's what we want to see. That's not what we're sure is going to happen. That we want to see it stay ranged above this area, okay? We want to see that 5-minute range play out here, and we want to see it break out above it for a continuation higher. If not, and we start to break down here, yes, your liquidity gap that you spoke of, Anna or Sim, whichever you want me to call you, it could come right back down here and fill that gap. Absolutely. It absolutely could. And those are definitely two of the scenarios. The last scenario is if it does break down through this, it being a triple top, it might come down here and form a nice consolidation area somewhere in the 225s where we have it marked right here. Okay, so there's a couple different situations. What I would say is just be careful and know what your risk is. So if you want to play that gap fill to the base, you can. You can take a short, or you can wait until the gap's filled and take a long, or you could just wait to see what the range plays out, wait to see what the day shows us, and what the sentiment is over the overall market before you take a trade. So those are just some options. Let's see what Rabia. Yes, I said it right. Rabia. I think I'm just going to like post it every single time that I need to say it. Rabia! I'll get it. Rabia. I'm going to write it down. I'm going to write it down on the board right now, actually. That's what we got the whiteboard up here for, guys. So what am I doing? R-A-B-E-E-A. Rabia. So Rabia says, Tesla, sorry if I missed it. I sold 197. It's at 203. Just wanting your thoughts on its movement. You know, I'm glad that you brought up Tesla because we haven't talked about it too much this morning in pre-market prep. And you guys know I love talking about Tesla. Okay, so here are the areas that I marked out for Tesla for you guys. Now, we need to keep in mind it is under this 200-day moving average. Okay, so I'm not like a crazy bull in this. I'm a bear with bull horns, right? So what happened here, guys? Yesterday when we traded Tesla, we knew this $200 area was very psychological, one, because 200 meaning it is very, very tight, right? It's 200, very even, 200, okay? Psychological area, we can carry on from that. But we also know, if we look at the history, it's bumped its head in this $200 area so many times and acted as resistance right here. Boing, 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 breakthrough. Now it's touching its top, you know. So what happened here in the morning is it tried to break through this $200 area. The market looked weak, in my opinion, so I shorted this. After I shorted it, we ended up getting out most of our shares here with a small win, okay? So what do I think about Tesla today? Well, yesterday in the afternoon, after this FOMC meetings came out and we had all this crazy stuff just for it to trade right back where it was, a lot of noise is all that was, I ended up taking one share. Why one share? Well, because this isn't really the breakout, this isn't really my trade, but I see it sustaining above VWAP and it took off higher. So what I like to say to keep things simple, and I've already sold out of that share, guys. I made like a quick $3, you know, overnight, just because it looked bullish. So I took a small share, right? Made $3, you know. You can't blame me. I got to pay for my coffee every morning, right? So I made my coffee this morning on Tesla. What do I think about Tesla for the future? Well, let's put it this way. If it can hold this 200 area, it looks very strong for Tesla because we have this push up. And then now it's holding this, creating new lower highs, okay? This is another new lower high. And if it can hold this area and continue to hold, I think Tesla looks bullish. Now, I could be wildly wrong. These aren't buy or sell recommendations. This could fail too. This thing could wildly fail and go down to zero. Now, Tesla's probably not going to go down to zero, guys, but there's always that speculation, right? There's always that speculation. So, SM says, what do you think about the economic data this morning? Well, what I like to do, and now the economic data can be interpreted so many different ways, but what I like to do is I like to look at the economic data last. I like to look at my technical patterns first. So I'm assuming the technical data probably came out right here in this 830 area. Look at that, it's 830. So let's look at the news and we'll look at see what USA continues jobless claims, 1,654K over versus 1,700K. So we have less jobless claims than we thought we were going to. So jobless claims were at 192 versus the 200 estimate. So we have less people that are claiming, the U.S. initial jobless claims, 192,000. So there is 192,000 jobs that need to be claimed that aren't actually working. QDP, Q4, 2.7% versus the 2.9% expected. Okay, guys, I'm not going to try and decipher this data. I'm just reading it out loud for you. I'm not going to try and tell you whether it's good or whether it's bad, but I can tell you this, okay? If you want inflation to come down, what you're looking at is you're looking at making sure that we have more people that need jobs. So you want to see more jobless claims. Right now, we're about average. Okay, why do you want to see more jobless claims? Because if we have a bunch of people that are out there working, okay, if we have a ton of people out there and they're busting their butt and they're working, they're going to make more money. They can switch jobs if the jobs are easy to get, and that creates like this avalanche, right? This avalanche of like they're increasing their wages so they can afford to pay more for the products, and as those products cost more, they don't come down because they'll always have demand and not enough supply. So everything starts going up and up and up. So we want to see a lot of jobless claims if we want to see inflation to come down. But what I like to do, guys, so I could be wildly wrong about interpreting any of that, right? And here on the channel, we want to get better every single day. So I will go back, I will reinvest my time in knowing what PPI data is, what CPI data is. So CPI, like consumer price index, we went over that. John was actually in here and gave us that news first. But we'll make sure we're bringing that data to you and we have a better understanding of it. But what I like to do, back to all of that, I set all of that up for this preference. What I like to do is wait for the data to come out, let it play out, and then look at the chart. And let the chart tell me how that information gets digested, okay? Because I don't know how the rest of America or the rest of the world is going to interpret that CPI data or PPI data or jobless claims data. I don't know how everybody else is going to interpret it, and I don't know what's already priced in. So if you come out and you say, oh, that sounds good, and you buy in, well, the good news is bad news sometimes, right? So if they say, yeah, there's nobody laid off, everybody's working, well, that could be really bad for inflation, and that could be taken as a negative response, meaning the stock market's going to fail, right? Or, it could be the other way around where it's already priced in. They're already pricing in that horrible, news, and so therefore, it's going to carry higher. So what do? I wait for it to finish. I wait for market open. I wait for it to find a direction. Waiting is one of the best things you can do, just to see the overall price pattern. So is this thing going to continue to bounce off this 400 and head higher? I like the sand. I like the line that's in the sand, and I would like to see it head higher. Is it going to? I could be wildly wrong. This thing could fail. I'm a bear with horns. I want to see this go higher. But with the overall market and the sentiment, it might head lower, guys. It might head lower. This 200-day moving average will tell us whether I want to continue to try and buy in some of our better stocks or if I need to stay way the heck away from the market. So that was long-winded. Let me see if I can catch up on chat. We got about 15 minutes till market open, so let me take a sip and we'll catch up on chat, and then we will run through our game plan for the day. Look at NVIDIA, 234.45, looking absolutely gorgeous up here. You gotta love it, guys. You gotta love seeing price moves like this. I mean, wow. Just absolutely wow, guys. All right, so on the chat, let's see. I think Tesla goes higher. I wouldn't short it. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's going to go higher too, as long as it stays above that $200 psychological area, Sim. I do agree. Investors Day coming for Tesla on March 2nd. So, Investor Day. So, is that where he does his speeches? He stands up in front of everybody and he talks about his new products and stuff. I think that's what Investor Day is for Tesla. And I think that would be kind of cool to cover some of that stuff, Like, instead of actually just you guys watching Tesla, you can watch me and react and talk about, a lot of people are doing that. Just an idea, throwing it out there. NVIDIA at new highs at 234.58, looking absolutely scrumptious. So, let's see. B. Stewie says, I know I asked you a lot. But can you look at PBF today? We can look at PBF every single day, brother. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take PBF. I'll put PBF right here, and we're going to take this, and we're going to move this right up to the top for you, B, and we will go over PBF every single day with the morning prep, okay? So we're going to put it right here, and we're going to look at it really quick. We have 15 minutes, guys, 15 minutes till market opens. All right, PBF still on a nice little uptrend here, holding those bases of 434. Now, we looked at PBF after that earnings gap up, and we marked out acting as if we would play this, but we did not play this. We just threw it on here just to get an overall idea. So first thing I look at on PBF is it's above its 200-day moving average, and every time it comes down to it, it's bouncing off of it. So to me, PBF, one, hot in the energy sector, and two, is above its 200-day moving average. It only moves 5.2%, which is better than most. So if you're looking at an energy stock for a long, this might be something that might be in your watch list or criteria. Now, this isn't a buy or sell recommendation, guys. I'm just giving you some technical analysis. Trading where it's at does look healthy for the stock. So if you're looking at something like this, yeah, just know your risk. If I were doing something like this, I'd probably want to use a low like 37.64 or this 200-day moving average. Or if you really wanted to get spicy, you could, get it in really tight here. But just remember that this stock shows a history of it coming down and testing this 200-day moving average. So I would suggest waiting until it came back down to this 200-day moving average. But you never know. This thing could take off and double overnight, or it could go right down to zero. I don't know. I'm just a talking head, but I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad you are here. So let's keep on keeping on, baby, because we got a show to create. OCEA, goodness gracious, that is yucky. When you guys open up a chart and you see all this crap and it looks like this, get out of there. Get away from it. We have all that crap in this gap up. Well, that's cool, but we need to show proof of concept because every time we get this gap up, it takes a crap. Okay, so be careful if you're trading any silly stocks like that. We are not, as of right now, what we are looking at are these beautiful gap up earnings. This is still at $75. $75. Wow, what a gap up, you guys. What a gap up. We're going to see how this thing pans out. We have a trade on it, though. We will see what happens. Definitely like the way Tesla looks. And obviously, you know, I sold my share out right here. It's looking good. Oh, laser. Yeah, you know, I need to put laser on here, LAZR. Yesterday, it was a gap up earner, if I remember correct. And, yeah. Actually, no, laser, it did gap up, but it didn't gap up on news. It just gapped up. So keep in mind on laser, one, it's bonking its head on the 200-day moving average, and it has earnings on the 27th. Okay, so be careful with that. If I zoom out here on the 15-minute, let's take a look at laser. It gapped right up, it looks like, into resistance. Let me just go on the hourly here. Let's get rid of some of this. Yeah, so it gapped up, laser gapped up without news or anything, and it gapped up right into this area, which is a liquidity pool, right? This is the supply area. So, you know, if we just do something silly like this and we just go, swoop, you know, you could see that this thing came right up into its supply area, and now it's selling off. Now, this thing could, you know, base out and carry higher, but that's what it would have to do in order for it to trade higher on laser. So it's just trading sideways here, and if it forms a nice base, it could punch through the supply area and head higher. But I do want to just look at laser, and you can see every time this thing is gapped up, it's crapped, okay? Gapped up, crap. And now, if we just look at our history under the 200-day, ever since it broke through that 200-day moving average, look, it's bonked its head 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and now here's its 8th time here. Will this be the time it breaks out? I wouldn't bet on it, personally. So that's laser for you. And let me know what else you're looking at. I love Rabia. Rabia, thank you for bringing those up. I do appreciate your contribution in the chat. We need people like you in the chat to keep this show on the roll. So thank you, Rabia. Can you please look at PCG? I'd be happy to look at PCG. Let's take a quick peeky gander. We'll throw it up on this left side, and I just want to make sure that we are keeping an eye on a few other things. So let me bring up LUNR over here on the right. So LUNR's got a nice little pop right there. Let's see what else. I just want to make sure we can keep LUNR up on that side. So PCG. Let's take a look at PCG because we have 10 minutes, guys. 10 minutes till market open. I'm here till noon. My name is Dave. I am with LoFiTrader. If you like this content, if you're enjoying my analysis, if you like my big head waving around, talking to you every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, that's what I do. I do stock commentary, stock analysis, and the only thing I will ever ask of you is your love and support by hitting that subscribe button, guys. If you hit that subscribe button, you can be here every single day with me for pre-market prep, where we go over everything for you. If I'm not chatting about it, you put it up in chat and we will chat about it. So there's my spiel. PCG. So PCG looks like it had earnings this morning. Congratulations, PCG. It looks like they broke right around even. They were a penny less on their estimates. Now, if we look at PCG, we can see it's been chopping around this 200-day moving average, but it looks like it's finally broke away from it. But the only thing I call these big drips where it looks like it's like slowly turning over. Now, the reason why it is slowly turning over, it is a very, very slow stock. This thing only moves 1.7%, okay? 1.7% on this stock. That means that if you put your money in here, it is going to move very, very slow. So if you put your money in here, you might be stuck in this thing for years before you actually see some profit. So that's just what I think about PCG. It is above the 200-day moving average. It is below a lot of its other moving averages, and it looks like it's slowly, like steadily declining here, okay? So I don't see anything in this. I would say if you were looking at it here, you know, and you were taking a break, you know, or buying on this 10-day moving average as it was going up and then using the 10 as a stop, that's how I would trade it. But because it's broken below that 10-day moving average and it's not following any type of uptrend and it looks like a big drip, that big drip might show us a correlation back down here to the 200-day moving average. And I think PCG, that's not Procter & Gamble, is it? No, that's not Procter & Gamble. We got a few more minutes left. Let's see if we can get everybody in chat here. Dave, why wouldn't you buy the dip on LUNR right now? You know, that's a great question. Why? And I'll go over why. There's a few reasons why I would, and the only reasons why I would is for the views. I'm here for your entertainment, and you know, if I took a share on this thing, I could lose $94, right? If I took one share on this, I could lose $94 to do what? I don't see anything setting up. I don't see, like I was telling you earlier, you know, we look at for accumulations like this. If we see an accumulation, we draw the line here and it breaks out, that would be one trade that we could get in, right? And then we have another accumulation right here. This would be a beautiful spot for me to try and get this breakout right here. This is why I drew this, so we could catch this breakout. And my alert did go off, but I didn't get in it because I was looking at other tickers, and that's part of it. So why wouldn't I get in right now? My risk reward isn't there. I have nothing to risk off of. If I risk this and it fails and I only have one share, that's $22 that I'm risking on absolutely nothing, because I don't have anything to go off of it. You know, I am rooting for you. Don't get me wrong, Pencil. I am rooting for you 110%, and I want to see you make bank. And I want you to come back in here and go, "I told you to get in, Dave. Why didn't you get in, Dave?" And I want that. I want that because it gets exciting. You know, it gets the ball rolling, right? But when I look at this, I'm not already in this stock. If I was already in this stock, I would take half of my shares out and I would move my stop up to break even right now. That's what I would personally do, but I'm not in this stock. And so I can't get in this stock unless I have a very specific criteria. And if you've been watching the show for the past week, guys, you know what a lot of my criteria is. I need to see these moving averages catch up. I need to see it riding it for a little bit. I need to show that there is a group of buyers behind me saying, "We got you, Dave. We're going to buy too." Okay, we're going to buy. If it comes back down here, this is your support, right? So I want to be a part of that support. And right now, there's no support in this area. Zero support in this area, okay? Now, this could be argued because here's VWAP, previous day VWAP at 88.85. Yes, this could be support, but I don't trust this support because we are so far extended. Because we're so far extended, we're going to start seeing this chop, okay? So if you look here, see, look how tight this is. You know, our biggest range here, now this is a big range, don't get me wrong, but this biggest range here was 117%. Okay, 117% right here. That's a big range. But now we're trying to play this breakout. This breakout is 255. Now, the longer this goes, the more choppy this usually will get. Okay, so I'm thinking maybe when 930 hits, it starts going higher. But yes, the risk was high, so I sold. Well, look, I hope you sold under your own bouts and determination, not from what I said, because I want you to make sure that you're happy with your trades. That's the biggest thing, guys, and that's something I go over with Stu too. It doesn't matter if you win on a trade or you lose on a trade, as long as you're happy with your discipline and the way you took the trade, okay? Because we can always go back. We back test every strategy that I do here. We back test. I'll even put it up on the board for you. Might take me a second to pull it up. But guys, I keep a trading journal. I make sure that every single stock that I play, I have it traded somewhere, okay? And that is a very, very important thing to do. That way I can always look back on all of my trades and I can say, hey, this was good for this reason or this was bad for this reason. I do want to give a quick shout out to US Stock Traders on Facebook. They have over 16,000 members on US Stock Traders on Facebook. The gentleman there, Trey, is actually giving me the opportunity to come here with using his name and putting my YouTube on his show. Okay, I put my YouTube on his show. We're getting more clicks. We're getting a little bit more views in here. We're trying to build that community. So thank you guys so much for letting me use your name and my title, and thank you so much for putting me on your featured premiere right up front, right on blast for all 16,000 people to see. I'm very grateful for you, so thank you so much for that. Now, guys, that being said, we have 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes before market open. So let me go through really quick what I want to keep an eye on. Okay, we will keep an eye on LUNR, but our main watches is going to be TMDX, NVDA, and LUNR. Okay, those are my main watches. So I want to bring the SPY up here. We'll see if we can't run through the indices really, really quick. I mean, we got to run through these really quick. So NVIDIA gapped up on earnings. We're going to be watching that. Definitely NVDA, because all eyes are going to be on NVIDIA. It's the hot chick, if you will. SMH got that bounce up. Tesla still holding up above that $200 area. Microsoft trying to get a nice little push up here, looking decent, and it's trying to stay above that $200 moving average. So looking good today. Qs looking overall strengthly in the overall indices, mainly because of NVIDIA and Tesla doing their job. Meta curling up, but will it roll back over, filling that liquidity gap? SPY looks like it's trading above that $400 area, 401.58 in pre-market, looking absolutely scrumptious. Speaking of scrumptious, we have Apple, delicious and nutritious, bouncing off of that beautiful base of 146.50 and trying to head higher into its supply area of 152. So we already went through Meta. Why is this on here twice? Dow Jones Industrial still trading lower after breaking that upward trend line. Guys, we have 2 minutes. 2 minutes, guys, so please hang on tight. We will be there. We're coming up real soon. 2 more minutes. Come on, let's do this, baby. 1 minute, 30 seconds. I am pumped. I hope you guys are too. Let's take a look at the dollar. Still trading higher. Be careful of this dollar trading higher. It does have like this indecision doji candle right now. We're going to need more time for this thing to play out, but I hope it breaks down, because we know if the dollar goes up, the market usually comes down. And guys, we have 1 minute till market open. I hope you're loving it. I hope you're as excited as I am. Guys, I'm going to do my spiel real quick, so stick with me. This is my red submarine. Okay? We are under pressure when we are trading live for you, doing commentary, doing analysis. I'm under pressure. That's why we have the red submarine, to let you know trading is hard. Sometimes you're going to feel like you're under pressure, but that's why we show up to pre-market every single day, so that we can alleviate some of that pressure with the understanding and the knowledge that we equip ourselves for days like today. We have earnings, gap up, things are looking amazing, and we have 40 seconds till market open. If you're here, if you're loving it, if you love my passionate expressionism across YouTube for you, go ahead and leave that like, hit that subscribe button, guys, because I love to do this, and I want to do this till the day I die. Let's go. Be a part of that team, baby. Be a part of that team. So guys, we have 22 seconds. Let's go. We got some stuff up in the chat. We're gonna have to come back to chat, guys, because we need to stay absolute focus on these last 10 seconds. Here's to the market. Here's cheers. 6 seconds, guys. 6 seconds. Oh, things are going crazy. Things are going crazy over here. Yeah! Look who shows up. Alex just rolled out of bed. What the heck, Alex? What are you doing? Why are you showing up right now? Goodness gracious, Alex. You know I'm going to give you crap. You know what else we forgot about, guys? Fiverr. FVRR. Goodness gracious. I totally forgot about Fiverr. Fiverr's looking absolutely beautiful at these tops. Of course, it's a little extended. It's a little extended here. You guys remember the play on NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA trading at its highs to, let's see, 235.27, and now it's pulling back. If you guys remembered, I wanted it to see a pullback. I want to see a bounce off this top. I want it to create a 5-minute range right here, so that way we can take the trade in front of you right here, right now. Alex, I can't believe it. You know I'm going to give you crap, dude. What are you doing? Rolling out of bed. It's 9:30 and you pop on. I'm happy you're here. You know that, buddy. I absolutely love the support that you have brought me since day one of opening up this channel. But listen, dude. Wipe the sleep from your eyes. You should have been up an hour ago in pre-market prep. You rolled out of bed to make 20%, and I'll be damned if you do, brother, because I know you well. You're a pretty dang good trader, so I hope you can make that money today. TMDX with a wild sell-off right here at the open, trading right back down to its tops. We're going to see what happens here. This might be an interesting little buy off this bottom, bouncing off of its top. Now, that's not a buy or sell recommendation. It is just speculation, and it's something that I am keeping an eye on. So NVIDIA creating this range here. We don't want it to go too low, but we want to give it a range so we can play it. So we got NVIDIA over there. Let's take a look at LUNR. LUNR failing very nicely down here at its what we could consider support. It broke its support. We're going to keep an eye on Luna, but it's wildly selling off right at the open. Will it find a base? Will it find a bottom? Only time will tell. So I do like this fiver, and I do kind of want to keep this up just to see what's happening in it. I think the whole reason why I was looking at fiver was just because it's a different type of stock to me, and it's well above the 200-day moving average, and it's getting choppy. So I'm hoping it can find something for me, a little base or something. Okay, here comes NVIDIA coming back down to its tops, just as we talked about in pre-market. We want to keep an eye on TMDX. Look at that, just as we called it. It came right back down. Now it could do the same thing, guys. You've seen it here first, okay? You've seen it right here on this 5-minute chart. You can see it right here on this information. I talked about it, came right down here, and I said, hey, this could be a buy simply because it's touching its top. So huge sell-off, huge liquidity push to the lower side, and got bought right back up, snapped right back up. And those are those dips. Those are those quick liquidity dips. They fall, they fail quick. You buy, they rip back up, and sometimes they continue higher, and other times they just continue to fail. So we're going to see what's going on, because it is opening of the market, and we just don't know what's going on just yet, guys. It looks like the SPY had a beautiful pullback first thing this morning after all that push that it gave, and it had a pullback. It touched what's considered its VWAP area for the day currently, and it is trying to head higher. We are at 401.69. Goodness gracious. Heiser's in the building. ARBE dropping more this morning. We actually looked at ARBE this morning, and it did look like it was failing. So ARBE, let's take a look for Heiser. Yes, very nice fail right there. ARBE looking like it might want to come all the way down to that $4 today, but we will see. Only time will tell. So let's make sure we got to stay focused this early, guys. We got to stay focused. I don't want to miss anything, nothing whatsoever. So Tesla still holding well above that $200 area. I was hoping to see it come back down here to retest, so that way we could get a few shares in, guys. But hey, that's trading. You're not always going to get it. So Laser coming up to test that liquidity area again. Okay, we talked about this liquidity area. I drew it all out for you, and it's touching the 200-day moving average. This could be a nice area to short, but this might be a nice area to long. It all depends. Like we talked about earlier, I'd like to see it trade sideways, and then we'd like to see a nice little liquidity push higher. I don't really care to see this thing pushing right off into the morning, because that tells me the buyers, the sellers up here are just going to sell right off into it. Now, I could be wildly wrong, but I said what I said. It's been spoken, so we are going to come back and we will take a look at this stock to see if I was wildly right or wildly wrong in just a little bit. Granny Ranny, good morning. We know you love you. Alex C says, Cali time hurts. Hurts me to wake up that early. Hey, I'm still going to give you crap, dude. I'm still going to give you crap. And I want you to be here. I want you to be here at 8 a.m. Eastern time, so that way you can know your crap, okay? So we're going to see what's happening here. It looks like Tesla making this range. Now, we're not playing a range break on Tesla or anything. We're looking for the range break on NVIDIA. So let's see where NVIDIA is. It looks like we'd have to use this 203 as our low and this 205 as our top. So what we'll do here, guys, just so we can have something to play, we will look at this 205.15. Okay, we're going to set an order at this break of 205.15. Now, I don't necessarily believe in this charge, but I want to play it. Okay, what do I mean by that? What do I mean I don't believe in it? Well, the overall market is looking pretty stinking weak, right? So if I take this trade, I'm going to want to definitely make sure that it is small share size, because if I don't believe that the market's going to continue to head higher and this thing breaks out right here, and then it just fails, I'm going to go, well, why did I do that? You know, I want to look at the overall market first and then see what's happening. So we are getting that pullback. It probably is going to pull. Oh my gosh. Good thing I didn't take that trade. Goodness gracious. What is going on? I need to relax for just a quick second. I thought I was on NVIDIA. Here's NVIDIA. Okay. Here's Tesla. I almost put a share in to buy Tesla, and it's good I didn't, because I'm also expecting NVIDIA to pull back to at least test this 230, as to where on my chart on Tesla, I was looking at it going, wait a second, that's a little bit further than I anticipated. So we're looking for a pullback on Tesla to that $200 area so we can buy in a few shares. And NVIDIA, we are looking to see it break this range high right here. So we'll create an alert. We already have the 5-minute range, okay? Here's our base, whatever the low set. Right now it's at 231. If it can break out and get above 235, we'll be in for a long on NVIDIA. But right now, it's wanting to test those bottoms just like we talked about in pre-market. Heiser says, good morning, Randy Worrell. Yeah, Randy, you're probably the most popular person here. I'll buy Tesla when it returns to 104. Otherwise, you missed it. Hey, Thomas, I'm so pumped that you're here. Thomas Droder, I do appreciate you being here, brother. And, I have to agree with you. That 100 down here, that would be a great time to buy, right? It would be a great time to buy. But here's the thing, Thomas. I know how you trade. You are a very long-term trader. And yes, if you're going to buy this thing and hold it long-term, this would have been a great buy area. And you can wait until it comes back down there. But if you are looking at a trade on Tesla, we talked about it this morning. I want to see it come back down and test this 200. We could either get a test off this 200 and bounce up higher, just like we have played it many, many times and made money. Because why? We are not looking for long-term holds on these trades. We're looking for short-term holds, right? So that being said, we will watch Tesla. We'll keep an eye on it and make sure if we can find a short-term trade, we'll take the short-term trade. But if you're looking long-term, yeah, I do agree. If you're looking long-term, you missed the spot. But I also have to agree that it's still under the 200-day moving average. So keep those things in mind when looking at Tesla. Know your time frame, know your stop, and then be ready to rock when your play shows, okay? So we're going to keep an eye on Tesla, and it does look like it's coming back down to that $200 area. So if we look at that $200 area, guys, and we look at its previous days traded on the 15, you also have to understand it's creating this downward trend line, okay? Looks like it broke out of it a little bit, but that was in pre-market, so we don't give it too much attention, right? So keep that in mind. So it looks like NVDA did come back down to test those highs, just like we talked about in pre-market, guys. It's coming down, it's going to test these highs, and now we're starting to see some wicks off of it, okay? So will this thing take off these tops and continue higher? Only time's going to tell, but you know what I'm here for? I'm here for you. So if I'm not watching something that you are in or something that you want covered, let me know in the chat. Okay, this doesn't have to be boring. We can keep this spicy. We can keep this thing interesting. But I need to know what you want to watch. TMDX, let's just take a little peeky gander. Look at that. TMDX did end up touching those tops and being bought right back up, just as we're seeing on NVIDIA as well. So what I need to do is I need to get a better understanding of the breadth of the market. The breadth of the market looks like it is wanting to pull back to that $400 area and give it a nice little test. We're going to see what the SPY wants to do in this area, but we can look at the Qs, which is the heavy-weighted tech, and see how that's doing. That also has having a beautiful little pullback right down into this area. Is it going to find support? Is it going to find support in this area and start to take off higher? Well, we are still above the 30-day moving average and the 200-day moving average. That looks like it might want to start curling here in the next couple weeks. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that as we speak. NVIDIA touches the tops of its daily, just as we talked about, and it is trading higher. Just like we talked about in pre-market, we gave a few different scenarios. This was one of the two scenarios, and this is working out beautifully. Now, if we can, we will be able to use not only this top at 230 as our stop, but now we have a breakout area of 235.14. So I'm going to want to get this ready and know that my price range from 230 to 235. Okay, so that's $5 of risk. So how much money am I willing to actually risk on this if it does break through? So let's go to 35. We'll bring it up to 35 here. And here's our 35. That looks good. Let's edit this. All right. And we need to make sure when we buy this, we're not going to be wildly wrong and be so stinking bummed that we got in this, right? Because the overall market the past couple days is looking like crap. So I'm going to do a real simple buy order here. Bam. So what I did is I did a buy stop order. A buy stop order means I am buying this at this price and I don't want to buy it any lower or any higher than this price. So if this price comes up and smacks into that, it's going to get me in, and it's going to get me in right away, and I know right where my risk is, right? That risk of $230. Now, will this thing come up and get me in? We don't know. We're going to wait and see. I'm not going to chase this. I'm not going to say, oh, I could get it for a better price down here. That's not my play. My play is the range break. Here is my range on the 5-minute, 230 to 235. If it gets me in on my range, that is my play. Every single play that you guys have seen me take has been on live, and I've done it the exact same way. Now, my sell rules will start to change. They tend to change. They get a little wonky, a little different. But when you see these range breaks, you can go back on my videos, guys. If you take a look at my videos, you can see how I take these range breaks almost every single time. And I will actually do you a solid, and I will take this, and I will put this in chat for you. So right here is how I actually take these trades. You can go ahead and click on the you can click on in the comments right here. I'm posting it for you right now. That is how I take the trades. So if you need more information on how I take these trades or why, go ahead and click on that link and put that in a different view so that we can watch it some other time. Because right now we got a lot going on right here, guys. And will NVDA be able to hold and get me in for a small share size right here at its peaks? We shall see. But I'd love to see an earnings breakout, so we will come back to that because we already know where the play sits. So let's take a look at the SPY. As the SPY just trading sideways, it looks like, still trading, I believe, above its closing price yesterday. It's trading above its closing price yesterday, well above it, by quite a few bucks, by $2. Let's go ahead and take a look at TMDX. TMDX still doing what TMDX has been doing. Laser doing exactly as we called. We showed you guys the supply area, and I said if laser pops up into this area, it will probably see some selling. Now, I don't know what's going to happen from here. Is this going to continue to sell off and head lower? It could. It very well could, because we're not just looking at a supply area. We're looking at a 200-day moving average. Okay, this 200-day moving average, simply put, has bonked its head on laser quite a few times. So my opinion, yeah, we're going to see this thing heading lower. And as we speak, it heads lower. So this is something that we had in pre-market prep. It was brought up by my friend Anna. She wanted us to take a look at laser. I believe it was Anna. I don't think it really matters who, but I want to make sure I'm getting it right. Laser was Rabia. Yeah, Rabia. Rabia asked for laser. And look at, this is why we're here for pre-market prep. This exact reason right here, guys. This was the trade. I even made the liquidity area, the supply area for you. So that way when you're here, you get a better understanding of what's going on. Good morning, Heiser. He says, good morning, though, as Joe Biden husband's trader. So that can get a little sticky sometimes. So laser, yeah, selling off. We will come back and take a look at laser. TMDX, it bounced right off those tops, and I said, even after it bounced off, I don't know what's going to happen. That's just too early to tell, but it looks like it did bounce off. It made a nice little trade for you there first thing in the morning, and now it's selling back down. We have been looking at NVIDIA. We're waiting for NVIDIA to get us in. SoFi. So SoFi is bouncing off that 30-day moving average. It's still holding its gap up from its earnings a couple weeks ago. Okay, if you guys were here, I actually took that trade. We made some money off SoFi. Not much. We could have made a lot more off of it if I would have taken this liquidity push right here. But instead, it pulled back. We got half out after 3 days, and we got the rest out at break even. LUNR. Look at this breakdown, guys. And let's see, Pencil, I believe it was. Yeah, Pencil. So, you know, this is why you should be proud, right? This is why you should be proud. You had some really good questions in pre-market. You were wondering what you should do with your position. So I let you know, hey, this is extended. You know, if you want to be in this stock, at least take some profit. So that way when you lose all that money, and you were at $74, right? And this would have been your stop out. So you took all your money out while it was still up, while you were still profitable. And if I can just kind of give a guess, you made about over 20% on that trade. So anything over a 20% win, congratulations. Congratulations. I don't care what the chart looks like. If you made 20% on your earnings, then congratulations to you. So LUNR giving us a huge pullback here. Will it find a little stopping point on this little bout of liquidity? It looks like 69.50 is where LUNR wants to trade, as the Qs try to push higher at 297.34. We need to take a look at our messages and make sure that we don't have anything that we're missing. Thomas Droder, thank you very much. Thomas, if you're still in here, I got your message on my phone that says laser focus. So thank you for that, or love your focus, sorry. And then I have a buddy, Brandon. Brandon, I don't think he's in this chat, but I do appreciate you texting me, buddy. He's doing something wild and new. He's taking dance lessons, and I always thought dancing would be cool. Obviously, I can't dance right now. I got a bum knee, I got a torn meniscus, but I'm not complaining. You won't hear me complain about my meniscus. Why? Simply put, because I get to do what I love. I have a passion for the stock market, commentary, and doing live trading for you. And why do I do it? Because I have a passion. Why am I able to do it? Because my knee's messed up. It completely changed the way I live, and now I can focus all my time and intent on this. I'm all in, baby. So if you want to be a part of this, you want to see a small community grow to a large one, go ahead, hit that subscribe button because I'm going to be here. I'll be here every day, Monday through Friday. We are in NVDA, NVDA. Why are we in NVDA? Because it broke the 5-minute range break. I put in the comment section, if you don't know how or why I take these trades, click on that video, watch, learn, understand, come on back here and watch me print some money. So we are in NVIDIA, small shares, guys, because we are still back testing all these earnings gap ups, okay? And we took small share size and we're doing it for the entertainment of you. So look at NVDA. We literally called this exact play out in pre-market. This was our main play, if you guys remember. I said in pre-market, if this thing gaps up above its daily highs, here's its daily highs, this mark that I made here for you. If you look back here, boom, boom, we got a double top. I said if it comes up here and creates a triple top, we probably will see some sell-off here. But if it pushes up through and pre-market, that pullback will probably be to the top. And after it touches the top, I'm hoping it creates a 5-minute range on that top. And look what it does, guys. It does exactly as we talked about in pre-market. It creates that top at 235.18 and a low of 230, which is the highs of its previous traded area. Now, we played this range and we got in when it broke out of this 5-minute range, okay? As you can see on my active trader, we have it at 235.12. Now, will this thing continue higher? Only time is going to tell, but this is where I got in and this is where I will be getting out. No questions asked, guys. Mikey just popped in. Sorry I'm late. It's a small cap holiday. No trades yet. Yeah, the only thing that's really popping is LUNR, but it's very obvious, it's very extended, and there's no play to actually be taken on LUNR. There's no risk reward, there's no way we can manage this trade. So, it's A-okay, you're late, but I gotta give you a little crap because you and Alex roll out of bed and show up to the market, and I'm like, hey, what the heck are you guys doing, man? Let's get in here, let's get early, and let's get that pre-market prep ready and raring to go. JNCE, take a look at JNCE, Mike. You might like this. This is gapping right up into its top here, okay? It gapped up into its top. It looks like it's having earnings the 1st of next month, and it's come right back up into its liquidity area right here, guys. Right here is its liquidity barrier for this stock. So JNCE, it is a small and low float. He says, I like SOUN near 5. So let's go ahead and take a look at SOUN and we'll come back to our trade on NVIDIA. SOUN looks like it is gapping up into some liquidity right here, guys. So that looks nice. We'll see what actually happens in this area. This is not my... Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Remove the drawing, please. So, yeah, so this thing is really popping up. So to me, this looks more like a breakout trade than anything. This would be, now, the breakout trade's gone, guys, but this breakout trade would look something more like this, okay? And then because it's riding on this 10-day moving average and this thing broke out like this, to me, this would be a breakout trade where I would have gotten in somewhere right here. I'm obviously not in it because this would be chasing. But Mikey's looking at shorting this now. So if we bring up the VWAP area in this, I'm sure it'll be somewhere about where it's at. So just keep in mind, guys, that this, why is my VWAP not on here? That's very interesting. VWAP, we'll just add it and then apply, bam. Okay, so let's just take a look because I want to see where the liquidity is on the VWAP. Yep, about right where I was going to draw it. You can tell I've been doing this for a little bit. Now it broke through that liquidity area. That liquidity area still has some above it in this probably you know, this 450. I mean, if this $4.50 is pretty psychological, but I don't like this trade for a short anyway. Now, I'm no expert on shorting trades. That is all for Mikey. But let's see what Dave's got to say. Dave, I'm glad I sold off LUNR. Even if it goes up again, I'll have the chance to buy it at a price lower than before. Pencil, I'm glad you took your own advice. I'm glad you took your own trade. And I'm glad you stayed profitable on that trade. From what I can see, if the price that you got it at was true, you made up over 20%. And if you're making 20% on one trade, you should be very, very happy, Pencil. So he's looking at short at $5 on SOUN. So that would make sense. That would make sense at $5 because that is its top. So you're looking at a top. You're looking at everybody selling off at that top, and that makes a lot of sense. So right now you're at 453, and when that top comes, my alert will be sounded, so that way I can also let you know, which I'm sure you have that as well. So JNCE in the small cap world, as you can see, we're getting these wiki wick off tops on the 15-minute, which tells me that there is supply in that area. So we're just going to do technical analysis here, do really, really easy technical analysis, and that's what I'm doing for you every single day here, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that red submarine button. ARBE, look at ARBE. Heiser has been shorting this for the past couple days, guys. He's been in this, I believe, since somewhere in the 7s, and he's held on to this, and this is what he's waiting for. He's waiting for this breakdown, and this breakdown could probably come down to the $5 area, okay, or even lower. I'm not sure where your price target is on that, Joe Biden husband's trader, but if you'll let me know, I would appreciate it. So let's see, OCEA blowing up shorts. Ooh, let's take a looky peeky gander. Oh yeah, guys, we talked about this morning. How this thing is just a big gap and crapper, right? So this had another big gap up, and everybody was looking at shorting that. And look at this. This thing is taking off. OCEA. Be careful in OCEA. This thing is gapping up like crazy. We are up 95% from pre-market, guys. 95%. SOUN breaking back down to its breakout area. All right, let's go take a look at our trade. We need to pop this in here, and we need to look at the indices, guys. It's been a little bit, so we'll come back to the chat here in a little bit. If you guys have anything, throw it up in chat. You can see where we got in here, guys. Here's NVDA on the 5-minute. We got in here on the 5-minute range breakout using this base as a stop. What's happening here? Well, we're up a cup of coffee. Try to say that 5 times fast. Red leather, yellow leather, rubber baby, buggy bumpers. So let's check. We're looking at NVIDIA. Yeah, we're up a cup of coffee, or maybe even 2 at this point. Looking absolutely delicious. Trading at 237.49. Goodness gracious. Let's look at our friend LUNR here. LUNR still trying to break down, finding a base around that 70 area. I wouldn't call that a base, but we are finding a bid at that $70 area. So right now, guys, to me, this is a wild gamble. If you're getting in, you are getting in, and you are risking every dollar you have in this, okay? So be very, very cautious. Be very, very careful. What do you guys think about what if we put this up here? I wonder if that would be any better. It almost looked like I'm actually looking at you then, because I'm always looking up at this screen. So let me know if you like this better, guys. I think this is probably a little better, so that way when I look up at the screen, it almost looks like I'm looking at you. You can still see the red submarine, which has no correlation to the red subscribe button. I want to make sure you guys know that, for goodness gracious sakes. LUNR catching a bid at that 65.90 area. It's looking absolutely delicioso. So IQ just trading sideways, wing from yesterday, trying to find a bid off those bottoms, but still looking weak. This is why we have stop losses. Right here, guys. If we got into wing and we didn't get out of wing because we're like, hey, it's supposed to be doing good. The earnings were good. This was good. That was good. But it's not good. Well, I'm out of it. I don't have to worry about it. I can just wait until it comes back around and shows another trade. BIDU, AMCX. Same thing with AMCX, guys. I am out of this trade. Sure, if I would have held on to it, I might be up a little bit of money. But that's not the trade. So I am out. I'm outie 5,000. NVIDIA still pushing sky high, guys. This is looking absolutely amazing for NVIDIA at 237.90. $9.95. Great job for that. Let's look at OCEA. OCEA still pushing. It looks like it was reached that $9.81 area as GNCE continues to fail with that wicker top offer sin on the 15-minute, baby. We got 15 in here. I do appreciate, love, and support you, so please support me by hitting that subscribe button. Boy, does that get annoying when I say it? Well, I'll tell you this. I'll be saying it every single day. Why? Because I don't charge for a penny. I am here for you. I am commentating for you live every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, and it's all free, baby. So if I ask you for a subscription, don't get mad. Just hit that subscribe button and put a smile on, because we are here to bleed positivity, baby. We bleed it positivity. Go ahead. Let's keep on carrying on as this GNCE still wants to give me the wiki top offer sins. We will see if we have ARBE. Look at this fail on ARBE, looking absolutely toasty. If you got a short on ARBE, I can only assume you are probably taking some small profits on it. If not, keep on holding on to your shorts because it is looking good. As NVDA tops out at 238.25 and looks like it's going to see if there's still buyers at that area. And as we speak, guys, the SPY trading at 402.08, getting further and further away from that $400 area. Could this be the area that it takes off? Did we miss our opportunity at that 400 base? Only time will tell, but I will be here to commentate it for you. What are you guys watching? Throw it up in the chat. I'm going to take a quick sip. I've earned this break. Oh goodness, that is so yummy. Another message request. Let's see. Oh, Oh, no. Okay, no big deal. Just a little bit of setback. No big deal. No problem whatsoever. So, we're always going to have setbacks in our trading, and that's A-okay. We have networking that we have to cover during the show, constantly doing our absolute best to bring as many people, as many like-minded traders as we can in here. So, that being said, AMCX breaking down, BIDU breaking down. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. Look at this. NVIDIA looking absolutely scrumptious as the SPY finds a top at 402.18 and is now seeing if it can catch a bid as she heads lower. Goodness gracious. Tesla breaking down. So we wanted to see if Tesla was going to break out of its range here, and it didn't. It looks like it is heading back down, just like we talked about in pre-market. We wanted to see it come back down and test this 200 again, just like it has many, many times. So we did take this breakout in the after hours. I wasn't on the stream with you, okay? So it did break out in this area and started to head higher. And we ended up getting out in pre-market this morning. We just took out that one share. We had very, very little shares in this, but we took the one share. We took our winnings because I had assumed, and you know how to spell assume, so you got to be careful with that, but it's breaking back down and it's going to retest this 200 area. I think I'm going to go ahead and bring the desk down, guys. We're going to bring the desk back down. That way I can have me a sit, let my left leg relax a little bit because it is getting sore. We got 12 of you in here right now. Thank you so much for joining me. I love this stock commentary stuff. NVIDIA still breaking out. If you were here, I took the live trade in front of you right here, right now. And I said, hey, guys, right here's the 5-minute range break. We will definitely do our best to keep heading higher. So we will do what we can do until we can't do what is done in NVIDIA. Tesla still pulling back. We're going to wait for that $200 area. Why? Because I want in. I'd like to see Tesla, if it can come down here and test and trade sideways before heading higher, I might take that for a tasty little trade. What are you guys watching? What do you want me to watch? We will go over a little bit of everything if you guys don't. Oh, AMAM, guys. AMAM. Mikey, you might like this one. Very well extended. Looking at those highs where last time it found at these highs some big wicks on this 15-minute and had a big sell-off. So will AMAM be able to hold off and trade sideways in this area to continue higher? or is it going to touch this top, break down, and flush? So we will see on AMAM. It is a biopharma, and it is a low float. We can go ahead and take a look at the size of the float. We'll take a look at the size of the float here. Let me just take a little peeky gander. All right, we'll bring a float up right here for you guys on AMAM. And it is a 5 million float. Okay, what does that mean? What does that 5 million mean? Yes, it means it can rip your face off, ladies and gentlemen. So you need to be extremely careful. Be extremely careful with this, because if it rips your face off, just know that you have been warned. These things can really, really take precedence. These things can really do a number on your account if you're not careful. So let's see. Yeah, my buddy longed it from 485. I wish I knew how to long. LOL. Yeah, Mikey, yeah, stick to your short trading, dude. You're making money every single day, it seems like, short trading those low float tickers. So yeah, those longs can be nice if you catch them. But right now I'm back testing actually a lot of those breakout strategies. And just now is just not the time to be doing that, the breakout strategies. Simply put, you know, my win to loss ratio on that, I have a horrible win percentage on that, which is all right, because as you know, and we are making money on that low win percentage, but my win percentage would be a heck of a lot higher, and I feel like I would have a heck of a lot more money if I didn't play all of these breakout strategies. But as you know, I do have to do at least 50 to 100 samples before I call it quits. So I'm still trying to get those share samples. I'm still trying to make sure I'm doing my due diligence on those, so that way, if I do get good, or if I do see a pattern in my back-tested strategy that I can make more money or lose less money on, then I will find a way to be profitable in breakout trades. But these breakout trades just, they make me feel yucky. You know, it's like the worst time to get in, it seems like, on these breakout trades. But all you need is a few big ones on those breakout trades, guys, and you will make huge in your account. So it's A-okay, no big deal. So IWM, it looks like it's holding out well. It bounced off these 180, this 187 area, guys. We marked that out. And if you look on the daily, why did we mark this out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 different resistance that broke through. And so when it comes back and it tested here, it tested 1, and now this is its second time testing this very, very thick area, okay? So I drew that line there, and we even said the day it came down that morning, which was yesterday morning, it came down and touched. And I said, well, it looks like IWM's testing, and that's the last time we've seen this area. Since then, it's traded higher and currently trading at 189.60. Its high for the day was 190.30, well above its closing trading price of yesterday. So Tesla still trading straight down, heading right for that $200 area, guys. Look at that. This is why we call these out. This is why we do this in the pre-market. Simply put, we want to see this thing. We want to see this thing trade higher. I mean, I like Tesla. I think it's got an amazing group of business, amazing CEO, and it doesn't really matter what you think of him. He's got proof of concept, and this stock is holding up relatively well to the rest of the market. Yes, it is back down to that $200 area. That's what we're looking for, guys. This is what we want to see, and this is where we might take ourselves a tasty little trade. So we want to see how this acts up. We want to see how we're going to start seeing some wicks. I have the 5-minute on. We can bring up to 15, because that's when we're going to want to see the wicks. We're going to see the wicks start building up on that 15. That's where I like to see my most important areas. But as that falls back, I'm imagining that SPY is falling back, which it is, at that 401 area. Let's take a look at the Qs. I imagine the Qs are pulling back. They are to that area. We need to check on NVDA, obviously. NVIDIA is still holding strong. I thought for sure NVIDIA would be at least pulling back to the area that we bought it in at, because of the Qs, because of the SPY, because of Tesla and everything kind of pulling weight on it. But NVIDIA, as of right now, is acting extremely strong, guys. Extremely strong. So we'll keep an eye on the video for sure. It's looking absolutely scrumptious at these highs. We might start seeing a pullback here soon, and it's just lagging because of all the strength that it sees. But with Tesla pulling back here, this is the 5 minutes, pulling right back to that $200 area, which will act as support, or at least it should. If it doesn't act as support, then we are looking at a bigger issue here, guys. We're going to be looking at a bigger sell-off if it can't at least stutter here in this $200 area. If it doesn't stutter, watch out low. Watch out below, guys. It could be wildly bad. It could be wildly bad. So SoFi still heading lower. LUNR trying to catch a bid down here at 69. It's still hanging around at 69. We're going to see what it wants to do. This is a hands-off no trade for me on LUNR because it could really wildly rip your face off. You don't want that, guys. We don't want to see our face getting ripped off. NVDA finally getting that pullback that we had anticipated with the overall market failing. Now let's take a look at JNCE. I called this out in pre-market. We were taking a look at JNCE, and we drew this liquidity after open, okay? After it came out and after it opened, I started seeing some wicks on this 5 minute. And if we look back here, guys, all of this back here, anytime it's came up into this area, into this $1.33 area, it's sold off pretty hard. Now it's back up here in this area. What's going to happen? Well, it looks like it's selling off. Now, will this go to zero? I don't know. That could be wildly wrong, but it is doing what it is doing, and now it is done. OCEA, goodness gracious, OCEA. This is really tearing up the market, trading at $10.37. It's up 115% off of its lows, guys. Goodness. You got to be really, really careful with these. You got to be really careful with these because if you just decide that you're going to short at any time, you could get stuck in this, and this thing could just continue to head up, up, up. Now, we did talk about this in pre-market when it was here. We used the simple fact as showing that anytime that this thing gaps up and it's got this barring, it's not a stock that I would want to keep an eye on. Well, this is probably a good reason why, guys, because it's not showing us any information. All this is showing us is we piled in a ton of shorts, it held off, and then it ripped up a lot higher, okay? So all these guys that are in here short, they're either stopped out and squeezing the stock higher, and then you have momentum players that are stepping in and buying the stock too, pushing it higher. But it looks like this stock is on a halt upwards. So we're going to see where this opens up, and we'll see what comes of this. But it's not looking good for the shorts on OCEA. And there it goes. It just opened up. It opened up. It gapped up a whole nother dollar almost, trading at $11.81. What a gap up here, guys, on OCEA. Holy crap. That is so crazy. My phone's going crazy. We don't know. They don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going on. But goodness gracious, we're at $11. Another gap up. We're at $12.01 on OCEA. Wow, what a crazy day in the market. NVIDIA trying to trade back up at those highs. On the 5 minute, we got a big wick here as it tried to break down at 236.19. It found a big buyer soaking that up. And as we speak, OCEA is trading at $12.01. What a push, you guys. What a push. AMAM still trading in its highs at 556. Man, these things get you excited, and sometimes they make my stomach hurt. Oh my gosh. Because you see so much opportunity in the market, guys. You see so much, and you want to be a part of all of it. You want to make money from everything. And as a new trader, it can be overwhelming, right? As somebody who's gotten a few years in it, and they look at these things, they know, hey, I'm too excited. I shouldn't be trading. Or, there's too much going on. I need to take a step back and revert to the mean. As a new trader, I can remember, goodness, you see every top that you see, every breakout that you see, you want to buy. And if you do that and you have no reason why, well, then, you're going to be losing some money, right? And same thing, guys. Like, I talk about this $200 area, and I say over and over and over again, this $200 area is important. We should see some slowdown. We should see a reversal. We should see a hookup. But we always talk about the second area too. This might not. This thing could just break down and go to zero, right? So don't use what I'm saying. You need to understand and learn your own technical analysis and do your own due diligence. So back to Tesla, since we're talking about it, we are back in the liquidity area. We finally made it to this area. So this area that I want to talk about is this 200. This is the 200 area, just like that, guys. All right. We could even go maybe a little lower than this. We can make this a little bit bigger, like here, say. Okay, but this is its liquidity area, okay, and it goes all the way back here. Even further, it's on the daily, okay, so this is where we're going to want to see Tesla try to shape up to try and head higher. And if it doesn't, and it breaks this area like it did here and starts to head lower, then I don't want anything to do with it, right? So we got 11 in here right now. I do appreciate you showing up if you're still here with me. We do everything from live commentary, live analysis, and we do live stock trading right here. We took a live trade on NVDA for you this morning, guys. We try to keep it as entertaining as we possibly can. We are up a cup of coffee right now on NVDA, and we're hoping to see more. We want to see us hold on to this, but if you like commentary, analysis, or you're just here for the entertainment, that's what we do. If this isn't entertaining, throw up in the chat what you want to see, and I will be happy to go over it. Let me be your voice, guys, and go ahead and look at my red submarine. This red submarine has no correlation to the red subscription button. So if you do or don't think it has any correlation, you can hit it. It's A-okay with me. Let's go back over here to Tesla, guys, because as you know, in this area, I will want to maybe buy in a few shares. You know, I might want to buy in a few shares here because it does look like it's shaping up, okay? Yes, I did make the supply zone a little bit smaller just because this pre-market thing I don't really care for. So we're just going to leave it like that. But it looks like we're starting to see a little bit of support here now finally at Tesla. So will Tesla shape up and head on higher? I sure would like to think so, because Tesla can be a powerful mover when it does move. And it creating this long base here, this big long base, gets me happy. Makes me really happy. Why does it make me happy? Because I like to see, if I'm looking to be long bias in stock, and I see this here, and I see all these people constantly buying this up and making new lower highs, and now we come into this $200 area, and it looks like it's getting soaked up a little bit, well, then that gets me excited, because if I want to take a long, I want to make sure there's people behind me ready to long it with me. So that being said, guys, I'm very pumped to be here and doing this in front of you today and every single day, guys. So I am absolutely pumped, and I'm pumped to be here. So if you're pumped, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. Let's do it, baby. And it looks like Tesla is shaping up. NVIDIA looks like it's having a hard time getting through its new highs of 238.65. Can it break through? Can it head higher? Only time will tell, but we will be here to cover it. Let's look at LUNR. LUNR still heading lower. Thank goodness our buddy Pencil got out of the trade with a nice profit of 20%, because if not, we could be down 20% with this high-flying mover. Remember, guys, LUNR is a rip-your-face-off stock. If you don't know about LUNR, I think it is running around 5 million share float, meaning it is such a small float, this thing could really get moving. So I just want to take a quick look over here to my right, and it looks like we've done it. We are up to 217 subscribers, guys. What an amazing feat. We're only on our third week on this show. I have reached out to numerous people, family, friend members, everybody that I possibly could, and then we started to slow down. Then, next thing you know, bam, we wake up the next morning, we're up over 200 subscribers, guys, in 2 weeks. Are you kidding me? Let's keep this ball rolling, guys. If you know anybody that is interested in the stock market, go ahead and let them know, because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. Tesla shaping up in that $200 area, looking like it's spitting up over that area. You know what I'm going to do, guys? Just for the entertainment, I'm going to go ahead and buy one share right here, and we're going to see if this thing wants to continue to shape up. Okay? Yes, I would like to take more. I really would. But with the overall market where it's trading still in that $400 area, and Tesla in that $200 area, we are seeing plenty of wicks here at that 400 on the 5-minute. Let's see how the 15-minute shaping up. The 15 is showing us some wicking here, and it does look like it's doing very well in this area. So I'm either going to really wish that I bought more shares of Tesla, Or because this doesn't look like it's holding up nearly as well as I wanted it to, this king could fail and I might just be wildly disgusted that I bought one share on Tesla. I might give back what I made in pre-market, but it's a risk I'm willing to take because this 200 area we know is pretty significant. And after this big push down, big quick sell-off in liquidity, I'm guessing and hoping, I'm using hope respectfully, that this will catch a bid and head on higher, guys. So let's keep on looking. We'll keep on figuring out what's going on. Fiverr. So I did like Fiverr up here at its peaks, and it looks like it is selling off a tiddly bit. Will it find a buyer down here and try to retest? We have the top marked in case we want to trade it. Fiverr, or Laser this morning, guys. If you guys remember Laser, we were looking at this. I created this little supply area and it broke down after it touched it. A nice little trade. I did say we don't know how low this is going to go, guys, but we know we're going to see some sell-off here because this is a supply area. Now, if it can hold out at these tops, continue gaining a base around this 200-day moving average and takes off even higher, well, that would be A-OK with me. We might find a trade in it. We do have an alert set. TMDX, as we said this morning, guys, it broke out, it sold right back off, and it touched its tops on the daily. I said that resistance might act as support now, and it did get bought right back up, and then it sold right back down, and now is trying to trade higher at 74.32. So we will see what shapes up with TMDX, but it was nice to see that bottom get bought right back up. NVDA trading at 236.70 still above our buy-in area. Now let's go back to Tesla and take a look. So Tesla, we ended up buying in down here at this area. Let's see, we got it at $200.07, almost exactly. So it's trading right in this area of the area we bought it at. And if these things take time, after a big sell-off like this, it's going to take some time for everybody to figure out what they wanted to do. Guys, we've been streaming for over 3 hours now. Things are looking absolutely mighty fine. Let's check on LUNR. LUNR is trading at these bottoms here at 65.15. We're going to need some more time for LUNR to play out. If this thing plays out for the next couple weeks and forms another base and starts to accumulate like it did back here, then we will look for another trade. But until that time comes, we're going to sit back, relax, and take a little sip Shawana. That's some good drink there, guys. That's some good drink. Well, let's look at our high-flying stocks. So our high-flying, why do I call them high-flying? Because these look like stocks that are shaping up while everything else fails. So if we look at the SPY, because that's what I like to use to take a breath of the overall market when it comes to buying in these stocks. So we know that this stock had a beautiful break out of a cup and handle on this base and just took off out on a tear. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for a time to get in ACLS, XM, ELF, EMBC, and NU. Okay, and possibly PBF. If you're still watching me, B Stewie, I'm still watching it. I'm still watching it for you. ACLS, so it looks like we are still trading well over the overall market as it pulls down. This thing wants to continue to hold. XM, on that same note, still looks very strong with the overall market wanting to head lower. Let's look at ELF. ELF, same thing, squatting down on this 10-day, looking very, very official. I really like this. This is exactly what I want to look in a healthy stock. When the overall market is giving us a pullback, ELF still trades higher and hugs that 10-day moving average, waiting for the market to push it even higher, okay? So if this market can hold out and this market does want to push higher, then that's simply put, we're going to want to be in stocks like ELF, like XM, like ACLS. Why? Because those are holding up the absolute strongest compared to the rest of the market, okay? EMBC. So EMBC, if we had taken this trade on this earnings gap up, we would still be in this trade, okay? This would have been 1, 2, 3 days. It would have been too low for us to take anything out. We'd still be holding on to this, and we'd be at $32 with a small profit. We did not play this because when we seen it, it was already too far out of our range, and we did not want to chase the stock because that's what we don't do on this channel. We don't chase, right, guys? No chasing. PBF still looking fine after that earnings gap up. It pulled back, filling that gap and now trading sideways still above a 200-day moving average and on an uptrend. So SPY looking like it's trading sideways. We don't have a direction, and we probably won't have a direction more until 11, okay? And I will be here until noon with you guys. So we still have an hour and a half left of this awesome and amazing show. So let's see what we got going on. AM. Good old AM looks like it's finally finding a top at that $6 area. Looking mighty fine. If you can't get enough of this, well, let's look at OCEA. Goodness, oh my goodness, OCEA pushing right up there to its all-time highs. It's at 1364 with all-time highs being 1419, and it just touched 1419, it looked like. Did it? No, its highest ever was 1622, but it is at one of its highest peaks, and that was at 1419. And guys, look at this stock. This is absolutely scary if you're short in this. If you're long, you are licking your chops. I hope you've taken some profit, because wow, what a push, you guys. And as we talk, the SPY still trying to find a direction it wants to move here. So we will see if we can actually hold off on this $400 area, and if we want to take off higher. If we take off higher, we get a lot of stocks here that might be relatively strong compared to the rest of the market. NVDA definitely being one of them. Even with the market pulling back, even with the Qs pulling back, NVDA says, hold my pop. I am going to hold out here. We're going to sit and wait and see what the market wants to do, because it looks like it's actually doing its absolute best to try and hold out on these bases of 195.85. Let's go ahead and swing over to GNS. So GNS is down to $5. It actually had a nice little breakdown to that 496. So it broke that $5 area, and we want to see this thing flush now. Okay, now I'm not saying this is a buy or sell recommendation, but what I do see is you have this long base, this $5 base right here. Okay, now what happens when it breaks these bases? Well, let's look at this base up top here. So this had a nice little base. See this? It created this top. And when it broke out through, when it came down and it broke its base, it popped back up. But once it broke through again, it never came back. So now we have a new base. Could this break through and pop back up, catch some more liquidity and head on lower? That very well could be part of the scenario. Or we could be wildly wrong. This thing catches a bid and goes skyrocket. But I believe the game plan for Heiser would be to hold continuously onto GNS, because he found this top and is looking for it to head lower. So we broke that $5 area, and now people are disgusted with the stock, and we might have more selling volume overhead. So we will keep an eye on GNS, definitely faux show, because it is breaking down. NVIDIA is still trading at its highs right around 237.70, and we want to see NVIDIA climb higher. Why? Because I'm in the stock, guys. I want to make money too. So we're up about a cup of coffee, or maybe two. We could even buy some creamer for that coffee. Let's see. Is your power out? David, if you're listening to my stream, no, my power is not out, but I go live 8 to 12 every day, so Daddy is at work. If you want to talk to me, hop on the stream and post it in the chat. I do love you, but no, my power's not out. Sorry, you can't play video games at your mama's house, so guess who wants to come to Dad's now? Dad's got the power. I've got all the power. We don't have backup generators, so if we lose power here, guys, you'll know what happened to me. It is a snowy, frosty day out today in the heart of Michigan, and power is going out left and right. If you guys could see what I see, it looks like a winter wonderland on the trees, and it looks like spring on the ground. It's very interesting. A lot of water buildup, a lot frozen last night, and a lot of trees are hanging very low to the ground because of all that weight. Very cool to see. You know, as long as everybody's happy and healthy, I love when we have the crazy weather outside, guys. I love it. I love the snow. I love the bad weather. I love the storms. But it also helps me be extremely grateful for the fact that we have this warm house with a head head over our shoulders, with a roof over our heads, okay? I think that's probably the proper way to say it, and that's how we're going to stick with it. So ELF still pushing up higher. Goodness gracious, ELF, it's not going to give me time to get in. It's not going to let me know if the breadth of the market is going to do what it wants to do. But ELF looking absolutely great. Now, ELF is a slower mover at 3.5%. And it does look like SPY is catching a bid at that 400. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? $400.50. The SPY decides, hey, I like this area. I will buy this area. And so we're going to test this VWAP area, volume weighted average priced area. At this volume weighted price average area, we will see if we're going to get a big sell-off here or can we make it through. VWAP area meaning in this day's area. This is its average price that people bought it at. So they take all the prices of all the liquidity of all the volume and they pack it into one and it gives you that average. So here's our average price. So if this is our average price, we might have liquidity above selling into it, and we might have buyers below buying into it. So this is where the fight's going to be. Is the market going to want to head higher, or is it going to want to head lower? This is the line in the sand as of right now. This is where we're trying to gather our information on this stock. So we zoom out and we take a look, and look at this. This area also is its higher traded area, and it is an area of resistance, okay? We broke through that resistance, we came down through, and now we're trading right in that resistance. So is that resistance now support? Only time will tell. So I'm hoping it's support. I'd like to see SPY head up, up, and away. So EMBC, still another stock trading at 5.1%. So I like this one a little better, okay? And it's trading above this buy-in area. This is the 5-minute range we never played, and it's just kind of sitting, and it's kind of creating this accumulation, okay? It's not the prettiest accumulation, but it's an accumulation. And if we can see this thing trade sideways and catch a bid on the 10, 20, or 30-day moving average while the market tries to head higher, that would be a golden ticket for money, money, money. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire, ladies and gentlemen. Goodness gracious. Do we have any breakouts going on today? Let's take a look. I don't see any breakouts going on right now. Just going through some of the Discord chat and seeing if we have anything crazy going on that I might be missing that I could bring to the table for you. So that being said, let's take a look at the SPY. We got the SPY over here, so we'll put our trade, we'll put the video over here. We also want to look at Tesla. Don't forget, guys, we are in Tesla. So let's take a look. And just as we talked about in Tesla, you know, you gotta love it. I mean, this is just technical basis. Like, all I'm doing is looking at our technical supports. I even drew this out for you. This is the area that we're looking at. All of a sudden, Tesla comes back down here, and you know I like seeing wicks on the 5. I also like seeing wicks on the 15. So here are the wicks on the 5, which told us that it looks like there is a demand in this area. Now we look at the 15. Do I see a wick on the 15? Well, goodness gracious, I do. We see two 15-minute candles with these wick off bottoms, and it's almost completely wicked off compared into this gray area, okay? Like if I had this gray area just a little smaller, you know, I didn't make it so tall, you would see that right when it came into this area, all these people that are here, we know that that support, it just got soaked right up. So this is the demand area, okay? And it got bought up. So where did we buy our share? We bought it around $200, just when we knew it broke out of that liquidity area, of that supply area. So sure, we're getting a breakout. Is this thing going to keep on heading higher? Well, we will only be able to tell after time. So we're up a real small amount. We're up 78 cents on this, guys. Nothing to talk about, nothing to brag about. But I want to play these areas. We need to know where the supply and demand areas are. So I got in one share, but why didn't I get in heavy? Well, simply put, this isn't looking the healthiest. We haven't broken, we haven't taken a direction yet. We don't know which way we're going. And if the overall market wants to fall, I think Tesla will fall with it, even though we have seen it do what it's supposed to do before, where Tesla tries to hold up with the overall market. So why would you even short OCEA that early with that news? Yeah, I don't know anybody that, if we look at OCEA, yeah, like why would you try and short here? Now, I don't know the news on this. Let's take a look at the news. Let's see. If we look at the news here, why are the shares trading higher? It says, it's probably going to give me some crap news too. This is right off of Equinox. Doodaloo, filling in the time. Doodaloo, filling in the time. OCEA. OCEA. Come on, where are you? Okay, OCEA. Pre-market trading after surging. Okay, so that, what kind of news is that? Like, that's garbage news. I don't understand the news. If you got something better on the news for me, let me know. But we're trading at highs of 1673. OCEA is the craziest high flyer right now, guys. OCEA. Goodness, we talked about this in pre-market prep, and I told you guys how when this thing like popped up, I mean, every time it would pop up, it would just sell off, sell off, sell off. So these short traders in pre-market, they seen this pop up and start to sell off. They loaded the boat. I mean, whoever got in here really got in here. I mean, because they're squeezing and more people are getting in, they're squeezing. We're trading at 1673 on OCEA. That's crazy. Yeah, and no chart history. Yeah, the only chart history that I've seen on this thing is every time it would pop up, it would sell off, right? So they really got you good down here with this pop up, and you thought it was selling off. Well, it popped up in pre-market up over it. I bet all those short traders that were in it here, this pop up, they probably added here and then got squeezed out here, and you probably had more people trying to short at this top at 1392, right? And then it squeezed even higher. So I think we're done seeing the top here really soon, but only time will tell. So OCEA, yeah, that's a good ticker. That thing is pushing like crazy. So congratulations if you're in it. I don't know how or why you got in it or what your game plan is, but hey, you're making money, baby. So it looks like the Qs are finally starting to see some wicks on this 15-minute. That's a good sign, right? We're down to this 295 area. We're starting to see some wicks off on the 15 off the bottom. We're gonna, hopefully, and I say that respectfully, hopefully it can hold this area out and it can head higher. We do know that it is holding the demand area right here. This is the demand area for the Qs. So it looks like it's touching that. If it can hold that demand area, maybe trade above that demand area for the rest of the day, we can start seeing something push a little higher. The news was released on Ocean Biomedical. Celebrities discovered bispecific antibodies and immune checkpoint inhibitors. News was released at 8 a.m. Mikey, where are you getting your news at? Because my news, I'm trying to pull this garbage news up on Thinkorswim, and I don't like it. And is there any way when you get news, like, are you getting the news on the hottest stuff, or are you getting news that's just like on whatever? Like, do you have to punch in the ticker on your news to get it, or is it giving you the hottest things that pop up? You know, because from what I've noticed that, like, if I got Benzinga or something, which Benzinga's great, I guess, if you know how to use it, but if ScanZ, okay, so I might have to look up ScanZ just to see how that works out. So ScanZ, because I want better news source, guys. I want to be better at bringing the news to you because I know it's really important for a lot of people, you know. So this has a 7-day free trial. Maybe I can run the free trial. We'll see how it works, see if we like it. Mikey, if you get time, I know you're a busy man, but if you get time, send me like a picture, a screenshot of what it looks like, so I can see the layout. Only if you got time. It's really not that big of a deal. I'll probably just use that free trial for that 7 days to see if it's worth it, and then see how much money they actually want. So Qs did touch this liquidity area, getting bought up, trading at 296.50. Let's take a look at the rest of our indices. We haven't really went through all of our indices like crazy today, but look at SPY on that 15-minute. Huge wick up here, guys. This looks absolutely amazing. Goodness gracious, absolutely love it. Could not be happier with that. Touching that 400, we've been talking about constantly. Now we know 400 isn't the actual area. The actual area is going to be this whole liquidity area, right? This whole area is going to be its liquidity area. So we know it could have came all the way down, 399, 398, somewhere in this area. But it did. It came down. It had a nice push up this morning. It came down and it touched this liquidity bank and it got soaked right back up. Is that a positive sign? At this point in time, it is a positive sign. But that doesn't mean we can't trade lower. This thing could trade lower. But when you see all these wicks and we see it doing it in a supply area, that's when I like to look for some longs. So let's go back to Tesla. Tesla did get bought up in that area. Goodness gracious, what is going on? We did buy up in this area. We're going to see if it wants to hold and continue higher. If not, we're going to cut for break even. It's not that big of a deal. It's just trading right about where we bought it at. These things take time. Decisions take time. But, excuse me, when I see these wicks off the bottom, that tells me, hey, I want in. I want to take the trade. So we are in. We did take the trade. Let's see how our other trade is doing in NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still trading at these tops, just trading sideways, and I'm A-okay with some sideways action. Of course, we always want to see our stock continue to the north side, always heading higher, but if it wants to stop, take a break, catch some more buyers, catch some more bids, and then head higher, I'm fine with creating bases above our basis to continue higher. That's right out of the Can Slim. William O'Neill, he likes to see base on top of base. AM. So AM is finally looking like it is seeing a little bit of sell-off here at these tops. It came and reached right up to that $6.09 area, and now it's trading lower at $5.85. We'll see if this thing wants to continue to head higher or if this is its top. So OCEA now trading at $20.39. Watch out, guys. Watch out. This is a crazy mover. It is gapped up 3 times. It's halted, it looks like, and gapped up every single time. Only time will tell to see where this stock actually stops. Goodness, we're going to be covering it, though. We should probably just leave it up on the side. Wow, what a move. GCI also coming out with some hot earnings, guys. It looks like it actually came out on earnings with 17 cent, wow, look at this. I like this stock, man. It created this beautiful accumulation. It broke out, sold off right before earnings, touched its 200-day moving average, and then popped off. Man, I wish I would have seen this because this actually looks like a decent stock. Trading above its 200-day moving average now. This is going to have to be something I pull up and do a little bit more research on. GCI. What is going on, EH? It is good to see you, brother. Do you actually trade movers like that? Well, I am glad that you asked. The very quick answer, I don't know which one we were looking at, AM, or if we were looking at LUNR, but no, I do not. What I like to do, though, is I take these movers, okay? So just like I did for LUNR, on this mover, it had 100% gap up on these, just right here. It was like up over 300%. So what I did is I took LUNR and I put it, it's like playing hot potato. It is like playing hot potato. But I put LUNR on my gapper scanner. It gapped up here. I put it on my scanner so I could watch it for you guys and commentate. And then I drew this line out, okay? I said, look, it's holding this. It's got this downward trend line. And yesterday I said I'd want to see the moving averages catch up to it. It didn't even give it time. It broke out right here before the moving averages even got out. So that would have been my play, although I probably wouldn't have played it because the moving averages did not catch up. But no, I don't play these until way down the line when it forms another strategy, it forms another pattern. And once I see those patterns, then I can go ahead and take those stocks. So yeah. It does play like a potato. You got to be really, really careful with these ones like OCEA because this is just nuts, guys. If you try to take a short right here, you could be part of the squeeze. You don't want to be part of a squeeze, guys. It does not feel good when you're stuck in a squeeze, especially if you don't know your risk. And if you don't know your risk, then I ain't teaching you well enough because we always want to start with our risk. So if we looked at OCEA and we would say, what is our risk? Well, I can tell you right now, our risk is zero because we don't know where this thing is going. We don't know how volatile or how fast this thing can move. We just know that this thing is crazy right now. So if you wanted to buy 2 shares and you have $40 of stock, that's your risk. $40 is your risk. You are going to be willing to risk every penny that you put in. So risk reward, it's not there for me. It's not there for me because you'd have to risk something like this. Now, I will say this. People do like to play these halt areas. So what we could do, so just for later, we know that we had a halt area right here, a halt area here, and a halt area right here. So what we can do, guys, is we can just go ahead and leave these lines up. We can come back and see what happens on these halt lines in the future, okay? Mikey says, OCEA, avoiding long and short. This ain't a casino. Yeah, absolutely, brother. There's absolutely no reason why you need to be in this stock, but there's absolutely every reason to keep this on your watch list to see how it shapes up in the future. If this thing creates a double top, that might be a good spot to short. If this thing down the future shows another accumulative setup like I've showed you in previous tickers, then we might have a setup. There's many ways to play these tickers, but there's no way to play this. The only way you can take this is if you're gambling. And now it opens back up and is hiked up even higher at $23.50. Guys, no games. There's no games being played on OCEA. So we'll come back and take a look at it, but we want to make sure we're keeping everybody happy. We got LUNR here. It's breaking down. We got NVDA. It looks like still holding at those tops. We got London on the track. We got ARBE, which is still breaking down. It looks like we have finally found a small bid at $5.50. Yes, the psychological $5.50. It looks like it could definitely head lower. You don't have to play the front side. No, you never ever have to play the front side. We can always look for the back side, and if you miss the back side, that's A-okay. It might pop right back up, as we've seen in a few trades that Mikey has taken. It pops back up and gets sold right back off into. So, guys, you don't have to play the shorts on the front. We can wait for something to show up to create a game plan, so maybe in the future, we can take a tasty little short on this thing. But until that time comes, we don't know. FVRR, Fiverr. We liked Fiverr on this push up, and I wanted to see Fiverr break out, but it did not. It went right back up into this 15-minute Wiki Wickerson, and it sold right back off. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. You need to be very careful with what you're trading. Now, Laser, in pre-market, we pointed out that it had this liquidity patch, and it's trading under its 200-day moving average every time it came up and bonked its head. Well, look what it's doing again. Bonked its head, came back up on a push of liquidity out of nowhere, and it bonked its head on its 200-day moving average, also trading right into this volume-weighted average price, its big area that it had traded, and it sold off. And I showed you guys, I marked it out, so you've seen the support or the supply area. The supply got sold off into, and it traded lower. So be it. Goodbye, Laser. We don't know. This thing might hold out and trade higher, or this thing might even head on lower. TMDX. So we pointed out TMDX to you. We drew 2 different lines. We drew the top of where it was traded in pre-market, and we maybe not so much now, but where it was, so we could get a visual. And we trade the bottom. We showed you the base, the top of the daily where it broke out. This thing is looking very strong, very healthy, still holding up all of these gains that it's not giving back. This morning when it opened up, it came down, it touched those tops, and it got soaked right back up. I called that out as being it could be a trade to actually play that, but that's not my trade. So I'm just a talking head, and I could always be wildly wrong. Guys, I haven't done my spiel in a long time. I only got another hour and 15 minutes left, so let me go ahead and do it. I'm Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, trying to better myself, trying to better my community, and trying to give you the best stock commentary, best stock analysis. And I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. Now, we have 217 subscribers already, and we are only on our 3rd week. Help me keep that momentum. Please look at the red submarine right here behind me. My big head's in the way. My red submarine that has no correlation to the red subscribe button. But if you do want to see more, you can hit that red subscribe button. That's the only thing I will ask of you. You'll not ask me for super likes. You won't ask me to get for you to donate. You won't see me asking you to do anything. I will never ask of you for any money, just your time and to show up in pre-market, so that way our pre-market prep means everything to you. So hit that like, hit that subscribe button, guys, because we do this all here for you live, baby. So let's take a look at NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA is still holding out. Looks like we're getting this small candle, this little candle here. It's trying to hold that support, hold the line. We'll see if it wants to do that. Now look, I got NVIDIA on both sides, so let's run through the indices, baby. SPY right back down into that supply area of 400 as we've been talking about. We've seen some big wicks and it get bought right back up. It came right back into this VWAP area and now it's heading back down lower. Will it find a bid? Will it get soaked up down here, or will it trade lower? Our best situation would be to trade sideways for the next couple weeks, build up some support in this area before heading higher. But until that time comes, we're gonna sit back, relax, revert to the mean, and try to be the beauty queen. Yeah, that didn't make sense, but hey, you're gonna hear it here first. I said beauty queen. LUNR, look at this beautiful area of sell-off. Did we know it was going to sell off? Heck no, we didn't. Did we know it was going to go up? Heck no, we didn't. This is a potato, as EH likes to say. This is a potato, and it's trading like a hot potato. It's just bouncing around. It's really, really sketchy, guys, and I would say stay the heck away from this until we have more information. Tesla breaking back down into this supply area. Now, will Tesla get bought up in this area? Who knows? But if we go through the indices, we can at least get a better understanding of what is going on. So we start with the SPY. We already talked about it. It's back down in that supply area. Will it get bought, our demand area? Will it get bought up by demand, or will it rush right on through this area and then start to head lower? Only time will tell, so we will keep an eye on that. IWM was looking very strong this morning, holding off that 187 bottom, but now it looks like it is rushing down with the rest of the market. Netflix had a horrible open this morning, trading much, much lower, and now it looks like it has a lot of room to keep falling. Microsoft doing the same thing, had a nice push this morning, trying to stay above that that 200-day moving average, but it's not looking the best, guys. Everything is looking like it wants to sell off or fail. Amazon, goodness gracious, we talked about it getting back up into the 97 area and trying to hold for a little something, but it's still duty poop under that $100 psychological level, well below it now at 94.53, and looking like it wants to break to head lower. Meta, we talked about this morning. Everything Meta looks weak, and it looks like it's going to cover that gap in no time, guys. Okay, NVIDIA now pulling back, almost back to the original buy-in area of 235.08. Why am I not surprised? Well, look at the rest of this market, guys. This market, super chop, looking like it's selling off. It has been looking very weak, and we've been talking about it since it was sitting around 210, 220 area. At this sell-off could very well possibly happen, and if it breaks below a $200 moving average on the SPY, then we're going to have even bigger issues. That $200 moving average is not the best area for it to break. And now it's trading just above the 100-day moving average, and it's trying to hold this supply area, okay? Now, if it can't hold this thing has a lot of room to fail, okay? It's got a lot of room. This would be our next area around 380, all right? If we come down to 380, I mean, that is gonna look pretty juicy for the bears. And it looks like we are breaking down. Look at this, guys. What a fumble. What a fumble in the market. It's starting to head lower. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but sometimes it is what it is. Because if it wasn't what it was, we'd be in an alternate universe where things aren't what they are. And Tesla breaking down. Getting out of this right now, baby. We are out of Tesla, and we are going to make sure we keep an eye on this, because this is still its supply area. This thing still could get bought up and head higher. But with the overall market and everything looking the way it is, will it? Will it get bought up like 1, 2, 3, and possible 4, but 3 times in this area? We will see. It did come back down here, so we can count that 1, 2, 3, 4 areas it got bought up to send it higher, but each time its push has been lower. So will we get bought up? Will this next push not be as high? Will we break down and go lower? Well, stay tuned. We will see right here, right now. OCEA, goodness gracious, great balls of fire, trading at 26.59, creating another halt area. This thing is on an absolute rampage. I accidentally accepted OCEA's locates. Well, how much were those locates? I imagine they're probably pretty cheap because everybody looks like they're buying them and getting stuck in this dang trade. This is crazy, guys. 26.59. I gotta take a quick break. Let me go ahead and take a sip. You know my breaks are about 5 seconds long, so stay tuned. 5 seconds. I earned this. Woo! That was a good break. Oh goodness. I was hoping when I turned around the SPY would be gapping up. It did not. The SPY, just look at it, it's catching a bid at that 399 though, so we might have a little bit of good news here. If not, we are going to be looking for a bumpy ride to the south side in the SPY. Tesla, looking like it's still trying in that supply area. Will it break down or will it get bought up? NVDA bouncing right off of the area that we bought in this morning. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. And let's make sure, let's look at the VIX. So the VIX looks like it's breaking down, but it's getting a nice little pop right now. It's trading at 2172. If you don't know what the VIX is, it is just a ticker that keeps an eye on the market volatility, meaning if it's high, there's a lot of people trading, a lot of shares trading at once. It's very active. So when it's up here, it's trading extremely active. But when it's down here, that's about the average, the 1920 area. And that just means that you're going to see normal volatility, not huge price differences, okay? Carvana basing out on this $10 area. Now, what is interesting about Carvana is after hours today, we are going to be getting the earnings coming out. So Carvana might be a crazy ticker to come out for earnings. So we will see if that is going to be something that we want to play tomorrow for a gap up on earnings. We will see. We will see. Is there anything else that's popping up? NEO. So that popped up on the gap up scanner. We also have GSM popping up on the gap up scanner, running right into its 200-day moving average. AMTI up over 20%. Not really gapping up over anything though. So LUNG looks like it gapped up, touched that 200-day moving average, is heading lower. MYRG, now this looks interesting. It had a nice gap up, it is holding. Now its spread is $2, or its range, I guess. Its spread, really. But it gapped right up into its high of days. So it being at its high of day, guys, I don't know so much. I don't know so much about that. If it's running right into its highs like this, what do you expect as a trader? If you were in down here, if you were in all of this mess, or maybe you got in just above that 200 and this thing gaps up from 100 to 120, and you look back here and you see, well, that's the highest it's ever traded, I would be taking some profits too, guys, So expect to see some profit taking here. Expect to see some profit taking, but I think this is one that we can keep on our list, MYRG, because if this thing, well, we don't really need to keep it on the list, but if this thing can break out of this area, so we'll just create an alert and we'll take it off the list so we don't have so many that we go through. And next time it pops up, we'll probably put it on the list, but this is going to need some time. So I'm going to watch Carvana for earnings. Yeah, I'll probably hang out around my computer for Carvana earnings too. We'll see what it does. Do I have option strategies for earnings? No, I don't play options whatsoever. I have a few friends that play options. They do watch the show just to keep an idea. So, but when it comes to options, no, I don't play options. My biggest and main reason why I don't play options is because of the time decay. I don't like playing time decay. I want all the time in the world. And I want my decisions to tell me whether I'm right or wrong, not somebody's time decay to tell me whether I'm right or wrong. Because you could be wildly right, but you were a week late. So instead of holding on to something that's trading sideways that you're losing money on, then I'd rather just be out. I'd rather hold the equities. Now, there's plenty of different strategies that you can use. for options. I'm not saying, you know, don't learn it, don't do anything. It's just what I do. You know, everybody has their own way. If you have option strategies, I wouldn't mind hearing about them. You know, I like learning a little bit about everything. I know a little bit about options just because my friends trade them and we go over all of that stuff. But OCEA trading at 26.59, guys. 26.59. That is just absolutely crazy. PANW still holding up on its earnings. It never gave back any of that money. PANW is looking very strong still, guys, especially with the overall market trying to pull back here. Let's take a look at SPY. SPY did break that supply area that I pointed out to you. And what did I say? If it breaks the supply area, if it can't catch a bid, this thing might trade wildly lower, heading down to these areas of the 380s. You know, this 380, 390 area. I'm going to say our next stop will probably be right around that 390, 386. All right, so it's either going to get soaked up and bought up right here and try to base or head higher, or we are going to head lower towards that 200-day moving average. We got 15 of you in here right now. If you love the stock commentary, analysis, or watching me take live trades in front of you right here, right now, guys, I have a passion for it. I love to be here, and I'll be here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, look at my red submarine behind me. It has no correlation to the subscribe button. Let's go ahead and take a look at these trades now, guys. So NVIDIA, is it going to hold up? We don't know. But in a good market, I think this thing would carry on wayward son. But right now, we are looking in a very iffy market right now, guys. Very, very iffy. It looks like this thing wants to try, but it keeps giving back every little push that it gives. So that makes me want to take off my bull hat. It makes me want to be a Mr. Short Trader. And if I'm a Mr. Short Trader, what are we going to look at to short? Now, I'm not looking at shorting right now, guys. Don't get me wrong, because right now we're in an area where things are going to get bought back up. So what I'm saying is I'm looking for shorts. I'm only just doing my due diligence to say, hey, after this bounce, because we had a bounce here, it barely went up very high. We had a bounce here, it barely went up even higher than this last one. So if we're creating new higher lows, okay, higher low, higher low, higher low, if this bounce gives us anything, are we going to create a new higher low around this 200? You know, maybe we break down here a little bit today and we bounce up into this 200, and then that's where we want to short, okay? These are all just speculative ideas, okay? I'm in a long right now that could, you know, obviously just stop me out today right here in front of you guys. Maybe it'll be a little later, but I like to be speculative. And when it comes to speculation, that is what I do best. So what happens when it comes to this? There's a few different options. It's either going to get bought up, trade sideways, and head higher, or we break down here and then maybe get a pop into that 200, and then that's where I'll be looking for a short. So unless it does my game plan whatsoever, then I'm just going to be hands off and I'll be watching the market, okay? But this still, in my personal opinion, looks like a buy. This is a buy area, not telling you to buy. This isn't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just giving you my stock analysis, because when I look at this, and I look at this area right here, guys, let's see if I can't draw this out for you. This whole area right here, okay, is its supply and its demand area. Every time it came up here, we would find supply. It would sell off, sell off. Well, once it pushed up through and it came back down here, it started to find this as demand. This is a little hiccup, but we found demand. And every time it came back down here, it got bought back up and it comes back into the supply. Back down here, gets bought back up. Now it's finding some more supply right here. Okay, the supply ended up being a little lower today, right? So that being said, guys, when we look at things like this, we need to have our areas, not be too quick to buy in or sell out, okay? So we're going to see if this area wants to hold up. If it wants to hold up and head higher, so be it. If it wants to break down from here, then I'm going to wait for a pop to sell into it. All right, those are my strategies on Tesla. Those are going to be more of for tomorrow. So I'm not going to be taking any trades today. If I were to take a trade today, I would be looking more long bias on this. But the overall market is looking fairly weak right now, guys. So we will see. It's early. This might be the best and most prime opportune time to be buying in these stocks. just like we had the other day. We had these big sell-offs, these big pushes up, these big sell-off, and these big pushes up. This could be the sell-off that gets bought back in this liquidity area and pushes up higher. So please keep in mind there's more than one strategy, more than one way to play things, and I could be wildly wrong. So don't use anything I say as buy or sell recommendations. It's more of an indicator to give you an overall breadth of the market. So if you guys are trading something or you're watching something that I'm not, please throw it up in the comment section so that way we can go over it. It looks like AM is starting to finally see this grassy top here on the 15-minute. I like seeing these wicks. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, looks like 3 heavy wicks up here. Are we going to see this thing base out and then travel even higher? Or are we going to see this thing just keep teetering here, creating new higher lows on the 15-minute and then sell off hard? So that's my guess that this thing, because of the wick offs, we're not finding any more buyers in this area. So it looks like this will be the supply. It'll sell off a little bit, and maybe we'll catch an area somewhere a little lower. But I could be wildly wrong. We're going to keep an eye on this to see. But you know, if we look at this right now, because I'm just starting to like to draw these. Okay, we have these wicks right here. So we know that in this area, it's selling off. If we look at its previous days traded, okay, it's not really where any of that sell-off would be. This would be more of the next sell-off area in the $8 area, which is well above it. So we're going to see, this is the only thing we have to go off of is these wicks, so this isn't the best trade to take. But it is an idea, guys, and that's what you're here for, right? We want to know a little bit of everything. We want to know a little bit about how everybody trades, because if we know how Joe Schmo trades, then we know when our possible risk reward would be, because we know where other traders are getting in, we know where other traders are getting out, and that's what I do. I have an accumulative knowledge of many different traders, and I use all of that to get an idea using supply and demand of how people trade. And then from there, I use all of that crap to say, hey, this is a good long or this is a good short. So that being said, let's take a look at Tesla. Tesla's still trying to find some bidders down here in this buy area. This is a heavy area that's going to be bought up, okay? I took it a little premature because of this wicking right here after it kept touching. This looked like a good area for me to buy. Maybe not you. Maybe you wanted to get it down here in this support a little bit further, and now you're looking at a nice area to buy. But remember, guys, this thing could continue to fail today and head lower. But this is where you're going to see the hiccup. This is where you're going to see the supply and the demand sit here and fight, okay? Which side are you on? Well, it's under the 200-day moving average, and it might bunk its head, so I'm more on the short side right now. But no trades. I'm all out. No trades as of right now. I'm going to see this thing set up. So we are in one trade, though, and that is our beautiful NVDA. NVDA, we took on the 5-minute range breakout. It is still trading above where we bought it, but maybe not for long with the way everything is looking like a doo-doo. So the Qs are creating a new higher low here on the 15-minute, which is promising. Will this thing hold out? If it holds out and it can hold this price, we might be able to see a nice push higher. A nice push higher. GNCE still trying to trade just below that supply area. If it trades sideways for any longer than that, we might wait for a 10, 20, or 31-day moving average to catch up at these highs to take it even higher. But that's going to be some time to tell. IWN finally finding a bid, and just like we're drawing off the other large indices, it almost looks like we are starting to trade in a nice little uptrend. So will it hold this uptrend? Will the Qs hold this? Will Russell hold this uptrend? I'm not 100% sure, but we're starting to see some slowdown on Netflix. We're starting to see, not really starting to see anything slow down on Microsoft. It's really just squatting down on that 200-day moving average. It's looking like doo-doo garbage, but we still have high hopes for that. So Amazon, goodness gracious, Amazon, would you please chill out? It's trading at 94.76, but not until it broke that area at 24.23. That's not good for Amazon. That does not look good at all, you guys. Amazon, doo-doo Amazon, trading well below that psychological $100 area. We were talking about it all last week, and it continued to head lower. Meta, still trying to trade lower at 170.76. It's trading below its opening price yesterday now, and it may head lower. We keep talking about this liquidity area that it is trying to gap fill from 171 all the way down here to 153 by that 200-day moving average. So let's go over our top trades. OCEN. Oh, I'm sorry, that wasn't the right one. OCEA. Thank you very much. OCEA finally finding a top there. Goodness gracious. At 28.39, and looks like it's finally coming down a little bit. Be careful, guys, if you're looking for a backside on OCEA. I don't think we have it just yet. This is probably a down halt. We'll probably turn this on the 1 minute to really get an idea. Look at this. This is just nuts, man. This really is just absolutely nuts. So I'm just marking out these halt prices, guys, because this is probably what's going to happen. I'm just calling it out. I don't know this for sure, okay? But if you're watching OCEA come back down, I have these halt prices marked out for a reason. So we already have this breaking down, okay? We don't know what's going to happen yet. But if it were to come down, it'll probably stop at this halt price and this halt price and do a little something, okay? Because these halt prices are what a lot of traders are looking at. So OCER definitely looks like it is coming down now, and it's going to find some interest at these halt prices. So we'll see what happens. We'll definitely keep an eye on it. As to where LUNR is continually selling off, finally getting back down almost to that breakout area of 40.41. And I say almost, but we're still $11 away. $11 away from that. So definitely a wild ride on LUNR. Now, will LUNR set up something kind of like this? You know, will it had that early pump and that runoff? Are we going to find a dip by that early run up? I don't know. These aren't really my trades, but I have been studying them for a while. So we might actually see something like that. Maybe the same thing on OCEA. So LUNR has this big push up, a pullback. Here's its run up, right? So will it find a number 5 somewhere down here to continue higher? Only time will tell. What do you think about that, Heiser? Do you think that this could be a potential number 5 on the penny stock criteria? Or am I wildly wrong in my observations? Because this is still new to me and still working on trying to figure that out. We got 14 of you in here. I'm going to refresh my page and see if we didn't make it to 218 yet. If you aren't 218, or if you want to be, oh, we got 218, baby! We're up to 218 subscribers. Thank you very much. I absolutely love you. I won't even give you my spiel. Just know that there's a red submarine. That red submarine has no correlation to the subscribe button. So thank you guys for being here. I do appreciate it. I love this stuff. I love stock commentary. I love taking live trades. And I love doing what is hard. Growing a community is hard. Trading is hard. Stock commentary and talking for 4 hours straight can be hard. Is it for me? Absolutely not. That's why I'm here doing it, because I am the man for this job. So if you like what I'm doing and I bring you any value or content, it looks like I still did go through my spiel at night. Well, there it is. It's out in the open. It's on recording. So if you need to hear it again and again, you want to put that on repeat, go ahead and do it. But I'm here every day, 8 till 12, guys. 8 till 12, Monday through Friday. If you want to be a part of our ever-growing community, if you want to be and help be 219th subscriber, please hit that subscribe button, guys, because you know you love it. Oh, yeah. Let's go ahead. I'm going to see if I can't pull up. It's called Stream Something. Stream Elements. And we're going to see if I can't make sure that that sub button is working, guys. We definitely and most obviously want to have a working stream, right? It looks like we've already got 6 subscribers from this morning. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. So we need to go ahead and check out our streaming tools, our overlays, and if you guys want to look at the screen really quick, let me know if you see it on your screen. I'm going to emulate my alert box to see if the subscriber event is coming up. And it looks like I can see it. I hope you can see it. But if you hit that subscribe button, you will also get to see it with your name up there. It is a beautiful thing. So let's keep on keeping on, guys. We have LUNR on our left side here. This is a crazy hot potato of a stock. We are looking to see if it will form anything off this base here. Because of this run-up, we're looking for some type of interest in LUNR to see if we can't take a trade to the north side. Now, am I going to take a trade today on this? Probably not. This is probably a couple of days of work. But we also have OCEA over here. And OCEA, if you look, yes, it looks crazy. And why do I have all these red marks? Because these are the halt prices. If we mark the halt prices, I know for a fact, only because of over the years, I have noticed that these stocks will come back and touch the halt prices and act differently upon them. So, EH says he just bought the NASDAQ. What do you think of this area? So, if we go to the NASDAQ, NDX, which NASDAQ 100, I'm looking at the NASDAQ 100 just because I have a hard time finding the NASDAQ on the actual Thinkorswim. So I use futures right here, okay? So if you just bought the NASDAQ in this area, I would say, look, you're buying it in red and you're buying it in a support area, okay? So if this is our support area, if I just draw like a little box out right here, okay? This is our support area. Now that's a big area, right? Well, that's what it is, right? And if you're playing NASDAQ, that's a big stock. It's above the 200-day moving average, and it looks like this moving average wants to start to curl. It's not curling yet. It's not going up just yet, but it is starting to curl, and it is above the 200-day moving average. So NASDAQ, sure. I think the NASDAQ, just like the SPY, just like the Qs, just like all of that, it's running into an area that should have an area of support. Right? So if you bought it, hey, congratulations. Do you know where your stop is? That would be my very first question. So EH, anytime you hop on here, guys, anytime you're going to tell me, hey, this ticker, I'm in this ticker, just for the community's sake, I want everybody, when they say, hey, I'm in this stock, I want to say, and my stop is this. So if you're in a ticker, I want to know where your stop is. It doesn't need to be a hard stop. I know everybody has their own criteria of whether they like a soft stop or a hard stop. But if you're in a ticker, I want to know what your stop is right away. So yeah, you bought the NASDAQ in this area. I do think this is a good area to buy. This isn't a buy or sell recommendation, but I do see some support in this area. But if you bought it in this area, I would have to say your support, your breakdown in this 1200, you'd have to use a stop there, right? If it breaks down anything lower than this, well, then your next stop area is down here. So how low do you want to go? How much do you want to risk? And what is your objective on this? Do you plan on buying and holding until you die? Or do you plan on buying and holding this for today? So those are all great questions I just asked you. But first, where is your risk? That would be my first question. What do I think about this? I think we're in a supply area. I think it could definitely head higher. It definitely could head lower. But if it does head lower, where are you getting stopped out at? Where is your risk? Where is your reward? So I'm intraday trading the NQ, bought at 12.090, moved my stop to break even. So if you bought at 12.090, let's see, 12.090, yep, you're just, and you're still in support. I'm assuming your stop is around that 1200, right? Move the stop to break. Okay, so your stop's to break even. Then you're probably stopped out of this trade. But I could be wildly wrong. I do like where it's at for a long to the north side, just because we're in a supply area. You're better to long this than you are to short in this area, but I could be wildly wrong, and I am not a financial advisor. So my risk was 110 for a reward of 500. Yeah, I would say that that's good risk reward. It's like about 1 to 5 risk reward, 1 to 4 risk reward. And if you're looking at those odds and you're buying in at a supply area and your expected area is a demand area, yes, I would say that is great, brother. And I'm happy you're here. You're here almost every single day. The past 3 days at least, haven't you, EH? You are very dedicated to the show, and I do appreciate you, brother. I do appreciate you. So let's see what we got going on. So AM, we just drew this out. It's really, really slowing down. The liquidity's starting to dry up. But we drew this out because we know we have these Wiki Wickersons on the 15-minute time frame, and it's starting to sell off. Guys, I got 45 more minutes with you. 45 more minutes left, and then my day is going to be over, and I have to go do other things. I got to go help other people. I got to go make money outside the market. And I might sit here and trade for a little bit, or I might be back in a little while. So if you guys see me on Discord, if you see me online, stop in, say hi. But once the stream is over in 45 minutes, I do go try and take care of other things. I try to go for a walk. I try to at least do something other than the market, so that way I can maintain a smart, active mind, and I don't turn it into mush. So if you guys have done this long enough, you'll know you will get burnt out. So you force yourself to get off the market when the going is good. Okay, so you come back wanting more every single time. So we have OCEA on the right side, and we have LUNR on the left side, and it looks like LUNR is finally starting to do a little bit of a slowdown here. But we'll see. I think this is going to take a couple more days to play out. EH says, thanks, I'm enjoying the commentary. Look, man, that is what I love to hear, guys. If you appreciate this, let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat, because this is the whole reason why I'm here. I jokingly say this, but I'm very, very honest when I say I'm an introvert who needs attention. And that's just the truth. That might sound bad for me that, hey, I need attention, but I mean, it's the truth. If I don't get my attention, I get grumpy, right? You can ask my wife, oh, hey, everybody, look at me. Well, this is the best thing for me because I'm an introvert. I like being behind my four walls. I feel safe. I feel protected. But I'm a people person. I want to talk. It's obvious. I give myself 4 hours straight to do it a day. So if you're here and you're enjoying it and you put that in the comments, that feels amazing. That feels absolutely amazing. So I take that to heart. Thank you very much. And yes, my heart is on my sleeve. That might cost me in the future when we get plenty of trolls in here. But hey, you ain't made it unless you got haters, baby. So we'll see how that works out when the time comes. Now, NVIDIA is breaking down from that area that we bought it at. And why did we only take one share in NVIDIA? Well, because the overall market was looking doo-doo when I bought it. So if the overall market's looking like doo-doo and you don't believe in it, then why would you ever take a trade in it if you don't believe in it? So let's look at the hourly here. Now, just like we said, the market broke through that area. It broke through this area, and I said, oh, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. If it breaks through and we don't find any more support down here, this thing could definitely head well lower. But this $400 area is a very important, very psychological area. So maybe we give this a little bit more room. We say, somewhere right around there. It's starting to wick off in that area. I'm not trying to make it look like I'm right here. I would at least put it to there because that's where our VWAP area is at. And it's broke through. So I don't like the way this thing looks. Now with a huge sell-off just straight down like this, we're probably going to see it pop back up. And like I was talking about on Tesla, and like I'll tell you right now on the SPY, if we start to pop up, I'm going to be looking more for the short side. Okay, everything's looking weak, guys. Everything's looking really weak. Anytime we get a pop, we get a big sell-off. We got this big pop, we get a big sell-off, okay? So keep that in mind when we're looking at all this stuff, that things aren't looking healthy. Tesla, finally actually finding some support down here. Look at this, right at the base of where we pointed the supply to. We put this out right in its average area of the VWAP traded zone. So we're going to see, does this thing want to pop here? Does it want to head higher here? Or does this thing want to wildly sell off? So it's boring just to stare at charts all day. Got to stay engaged. Absolutely. That's how I feel too. Anyways, I got stopped out and I'm taking a break. Good luck today. Well, EH, thank you so much for stopping in. And I am happy to hear you're taking a break. And it's good that you're not over trading. Guys, when we get stopped out, especially if it's a big stop out, I would definitely advise on taking a break, walking away from the computer, because a lot of times, especially if you're a newer trader, which EH isn't a newer trader, but if you're a newer trader and you get stopped out on something and your heart starts racing, getting back into another trade is the worst thing that you can possibly do. Okay, so keep that in mind, guys. If you're trading, be careful. If you find or sense any type of emotions while you're trading, you need to understand that is a no-go. We need to take calculated, educated, disciplinary risk-reward systems into our trading. And if we're not, then you know that you're not, right? So we gotta be really, really careful. So our overall top stocks, ACLS, XM, ELF, EMBC, they all looks like they're holding up extremely well while the market takes an absolute duty poo, okay? So we need to keep in mind that these stocks are looking very strong while the market sends itself onto a kamikaze downward spiral. Goodness gracious. I need a quick break, so I'm going to take a quick spin. I'm going to take a sip of coffee. You know, these things take me about 5 seconds, and then I'm right back to talking 4 hours of pure stock market commentary, analysis, and entertainment. Well, that was my last sip of coffee. Hopefully this water will do the trick, but we'll see. And look at the SPY as I talk. If I do a spin around this, the market just tanks. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious. The market is failing us hard, gentlemen. It doesn't look like we're going to find any support. And to me, this looks like, we're finding a direction here. So Granny Randy's out of here. Granny Randy, we do appreciate your time. Thank you for cooking me chocolate chip pancakes every single morning. of my school days when I was younger. You're the best. We love you. And we need to get a chocolate chip cookie or a chocolate chip pancake emoji. That's what we need. Do we have any chocolate chip pancake emoji? Maybe we could use a cookie. COOKIE. Yeah, there we go. We can act like these right here. That's going to be your emoji, Grandma. We're going to do, these are chocolate chip pancakes. They do look like cookies, but they're chocolate chip pancakes. So keep that in mind, everybody. Sending all that love right out there to Granny Randy. She loves it. We love her. So keep up the good work, Grandma. Thank you so much for stopping in. So let's make sure we are covering the stocks that you are watching. So OCEA still on a halt. Goodness gracious, what are you doing? LUNA, so Luna. Nope, that's not the one. We need LUNR, right guys? Luna's boring. So LUNR, finally finding a bid down here. That took long enough. Finding a bid down here at that $61 area. And we're going to see it push up into VWAP. Doesn't want to trade lower after touching VWAP. Only time will tell. But Lunar is boring me as OCEA isn't even moving because of a halt. And it still caught my interest. So we're going to need more days for LUNR to catch up. And in the meantime, we will do OCEA on the right side. We'll keep an eye on this over here. We'll even put this on the 1 minute to really get things crazy. And then we will look at our other stocks. So Fiverr touching that top and now trading lower. That's the reason why we had it on the watch list, and we had the alert set to see if it wanted to break out from this area. But we didn't have high hopes, especially in this garbage boo-boo market. Laser now still heading lower after I pointed out the supply area above. And it's 200-day moving average. This was a double take on LAZR. We had a supply zone, and we had a 200 moving average just above it with history that it would bonk its head. TMDX, we had a gap up on earnings. It came back down, retested the top, and headed higher, but it is a boring, slow mover for today, moving 5.7% on average, gapping up on earnings. NVDA, now still above our risk area, but below our buy-in area. So it's in our 5-minute range now, and only time will tell on this. This is still holding out extremely well compared to your overall rest of the market. OCEA, did that just open up? It's trading at $22.95. I could be wildly wrong. I don't know if that opened up just yet or not. But we do have 10 of you in here watching. I do appreciate your time. I'm only here for a little over 34 more minutes. If you like commentary, stock analysis, or you just like seeing my big chin on camera, that's A-okay. Hit that subscribe button, guys. We are putting together an amazing community. We've only been here, this is our 3rd week, and we are up to 218 subscribers. So if you want to be a part of this ever-growing community, please smash that subscribe button. We are at 218. Who's going to be my 219? We want to get to 250 by the end of the week. Can we do it, ladies and gentlemen? Send it to your mama, send it to your dada, let them know we want to trade. OCEA opening back up after the halt price at $15.80. Congratulations if you decided to take a short now, because you just opened up to a beautiful, let's see, 32% gain right there, okay? So we gapped through both of these halt prices, and look where it started to make a wiggle, right here at this halt price. So what's going to happen? But this hot potato is flashing. It's just going crazy, guys. Not something I want. It looks like AM broke out of that supply zone that I made. See, now all day, those supply zones that I've been drawing, I have been right on, right? But now we have AM where it's pushing up into the supply zone, and it looks like it pushed through the supply zone and now is trading in it. So what we want to see from AM to find a trade is it to trade sideways for a while, formulate another base so we can take a breakout trade on it. But right now, we aren't seeing much of anything. OCEA now trading at 1526. Let's take a look at LUNR. And let's see where that's at. So still trading at $58. Will it be able to find a bid at this run-up for a trade in the next few days? Only time is going to tell, but man, this thing is a wild ride. So be careful with LUNR. I believe this is a 5 million float. Anybody has any questions, go ahead and throw it up in chat. I am here for you, and that's the whole reason why I'm doing this is because of you. So if you like this stock common area analysis, or if it's too boring for you, do me a huge favor. Let me know what you're watching in the chat so I can watch it too. In the meantime, I'm looking up OCEA's float for you. We are under 10 million float on this OCEA, as to where LUNR, if I remember, is at 5. So yes, it is just under 5 million for LUNR. So guys, when you're looking at these things, you need to be extremely careful. These things can make or break your account. So if you're new to trading, please be careful. Know your risk, or don't even trade these at all. Look for something that moves a little slower, but not super slow. So if you guys remember, I made these halt prices because these halt prices are usually where they start to trade again. I don't know what's going to happen here. All I know is you start to see some action at these halt prices when they come back down to them. So I don't know if it's going to go up or down, but I do know we like to see some price action around the halt areas. So we're going to keep an eye on that. As LUNR tries to move up to its VWAP area, and it looks like it is being sold off. SoFi is selling off with the rest of the market. NVDA is still trading lower, trying to catch a bid. It's sitting at 233.96. TMDX still doing TMDX things. I don't even like watching TMDX. That thing's off the list. So laser still heading lower after running into that supply, that liquidity, and that 200-day moving average. Fiverr doing the exact same thing at its peaks. And OCEA really trying to catch a bid at that 1788, trying to ramp up here. GCI still holding its gains, not falling back down to where it came. So ACLS, XM still trying to hold up with the overall market, looking absolutely like duty poo. Let's take a look at the SPY. So SPY still, like I was telling you guys, if it breaks this area, it could head lower, and that's what it's trying to do. It's probably going to see another stutter somewhere in this area, 397 and 397 even, so 390.20, 397 even. We're probably going to see a little hiccup there because obviously stocks don't go straight down. But hopefully we can find a bid to move higher. You know I'm a bear with bull horns. I want to see the stock market go higher, but I love to short. So that being said, we are only going to have to wait and see how the market's going to shape up. There is something very interesting in my correlation with the view counter, how many people watch, and how well the stock market does. As the stock market comes down, I start losing viewership. As the stock market goes up, we start to gain more viewership. And I have seen this multiple times, guys, since the past 3 weeks that I started streaming. And it's just so funny because there is a lot of traders that have to have good news in order to be playing. The stock market has to be going up to play. What I like to do, guys, is I like to be a part of every moment of it. Why? Well, because when it's coming down, I see where it stops. That's why I know these prices at 400. That's why I know Tesla at 200. You know, that's why we know where the liquidity and the supply and demand is, right? That's why we know these areas, because we've watched it every day. We have all of our markings, where it broke out, where I bought in, knowing where I got out, knowing where I stopped the rest of the half out, knowing where I bought in again, knowing where I stopped out again. I mean, this is just showing us how does Tesla play. Now that we know how Tesla plays and we have our market pulse, then we know how to trade from there. So it's pretty simple once you get it down pat. Then after that, it's you against you. Now look at OCEA, guys. OCEA is finally doing a little something. So I could see somebody trying to take a trade on this because now you have a risk and now you have, I guess what you could say, somewhat of a reward. So say you wanted to trade this, and I'm not telling you you should because this is wildly crazy stock, okay? But you could use this base right here as your stop now, okay? Because you got it touching 3 times on the 1 minute, which is, this isn't a good trade. I'm just wildly speculating here, wildly speculating. You could use this as your stop out, and you could use this breakout as your buy in. So we could go like this. We could say, hey, we're gonna get in when it breaks this area, and we're gonna get out when it breaks this area, okay? This, you could take a trade on that. I'm definitely not suggesting it because this thing could just gap down, halt you down, you could be stuck in this thing, and you could go to zero, okay? So, holy guacamole, please be careful if you trade this. But I do want to give you the best commentary there is. I do want to spit out a few ideas, a few things, and we are trading right on top of that halt price. I did point this halt price out the second it came up, and it halted and came higher and higher and higher. I said these halt prices are an interesting area, but I also confided in you that I don't know what's going to happen. So we'll keep an eye on it. We'll see how it works out. So Tesla trying to hold that last line in the sand of liquidity. Let's see how the dollar's doing. The dollar's trying to continue its awkward push up, right? We want to see it break this trend line, and we want to see this thing head lower. Because if the dollar continues to head higher, we know that our dollar is worth more, so why buy stocks with it? If the dollar goes higher, then the market heads lower. AM. I feel like I need to bring up some really good news. Some really good news or something, because we are losing viewership here, guys. As the market fails, so does the watch count. Not enough blood for me, says Heiser. Yeah, that's not enough blood. You want to see it really come down here in this area before you look to buy it up. But you have to agree, brother, this is looking interesting. It's looking very, very tight on the 1 minute. Let's take a look at the 5. So the 5 minute doesn't look like there's enough information. The 1 minute does, the 5 minute doesn't. But that's why I usually zoom out to the 15, because that is what really tells me. And look at this 15. I created the high, created the low. We could play this, but it's too much of a potato. It's too much of a gamble. There's nothing else that I could say. If this stock and this trade could come up again and do this exact same thing 100 times, then I could say it's tradable. But because this is a black swan, you could probably call this a swan, right? This is not something that usually happens every day. Here, let's just come off the bottom here. 291 all the way up to 2622. We're talking about an 803% gain. In my book, that's a swan. Maybe not in 2020. It wasn't a swan. But today, in this day and age, because we're not seeing huge gappers like that, 803% in one day to me is a swan, okay? So you're looking at a swan right here. It's something that is rare. That's what a swan is. It's something that's rare that occurs very few times in the market. So 803%, yes, we do see those. Yes, if you've been trading long enough, it's not that crazy to hear, but yes, it is a very interesting, very rare moment in the market, okay? So we're looking at a swan here on the right, but don't try and play these swans because they could turn into duds very, very quick. Guys, thank you for being here. I do appreciate your time. I'm only here for 30 more minutes, so if you like stock commentary, stock analysis, or me taking live trades in front of you every single day, Monday through Friday, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, because guys, you want to know why? Let me sell myself really quick. Here's the reason why. I won't ask of anything of you except for that. Except for that one thing. I'm not going to ask for money. I'm only going to ask for maybe your time. You don't even have to show up. I'm just asking for your subscription right now. But then after you hit subscribe, yeah, I guess I'll ask you to show up in pre-market prep. Why? Because I want you to do better. And you're only going to do better in pre-market prep because you can get an idea of what's going on for the day. Yesterday was an amazing day for that pre-market prep. We called out 3 different areas and played all 3 of those areas. We played some, we won some, we lost some, but we're still up on the month, baby. So if you like what you see, hit that subscribe button and you can see me again tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. Now, back to the stocks. Let's go ahead and look at, because we have it in just a little bit, we are going to look at LUNR on this left side. LUNR still needs some time, guys. Still needs plenty of time. It doesn't know what it wants to do, and we don't know what we want to do with it. OCEA looks like it's still trying to hold this base that it made at $15. Will it hold? Only time will tell. We're going to keep an eye. So let's go to our good stocks. ACLS looking good. XM looking good. ELF looking good. EMBC also looking good. Where the overall market looks like it's taking a duty. So is this going to fight a bid at 398? It did before. Can it create a new higher low? If this can create a new higher low in this area, that's very, very good news for the SPY and the overall market. If it can't create this new higher low and starts to trade lower, I'm going to be looking for a pop in the market for a sell-off, because it looks like the overall market is starting to continue that trend lower, guys. There's a lot of negative sentiment in the market, and with all these earnings coming out and not a lot of them going buck wild, might be a big issue for the overall market in general. So we're going to keep an eye on a lot of these stocks. We're going to be going through and going over a lot of these stocks But just keep in mind, guys, you need to know where your risk is first. If you don't know where your risk is, then you are a loser who doesn't know how to learn. I should preface that as a little better. You are a loser unless you are learning, right? If you just take a loss and you close your laptop and you decide I'm done, well, then you're a loser. But let's say you took a loss and then that night you go back to it and you try to figure out why. Was it against your disciplinary rules? Do you know why you took a loss? Then you're learning, right? And after learning so much, then you have a lot less losers. You start taking a lot less risk and you start making a lot more money. So hopefully we can learn all of that in the market. Look at this, NVIDIA pulling back to that 232.50 area, finding a bid on its VWAP price this morning and is trying to head higher. It is trading below its VWAP now and below the area I bought it in. So we are down probably a creamer, but that is a-okay. It's better to be down a creamer than a whole can of coffee, right? So SLQT, I do want to take a look at this because it is still holding out very, very well. Wow. SLQT, man, this is looking like a very hot sector, maybe not sector, but a very hot trade with lots of liquidity, bouncing off the 10-day moving average and still trying to head higher. Speaking of, we need to look at ELF because ELF is still trading just on that 10-day moving average, looking very, very tight. So I'm definitely love this ELF right here. After all this move up, it does look like it's overextended, but the 10-day moving average has caught up to it. So we will see how this thing plays out. I might want to get into this tomorrow, so we will see. So SPY, trying to find that bid, still looking a-okay. NVIDIA, like I said, it's trying to find that bid at its VWAP area from this morning, and it looks like it is holding off well. So let's go ahead and we will go back and look at, what are we looking at? OCEA. And we are looking at, yeah, it's still trying here, guys. It's still trying to hold that $15 area. And over time, you know, that if that continues to hold and holds and holds, and there it goes, it finally broke it. But I was going to say, if it keeps holding that, it just looks stronger and stronger to me. So, but it didn't. It broke down. IWM trying to play off that technical trend line that we put. Remember, guys, those technical trend lines, they're just there for us, so we have a better idea of what's going on, okay? Netflix still breaking down, making new lows. Goodness gracious, guys. Wow. What a big drip right here, huh? Microsoft, I am assuming, yes, again, Microsoft heading lower, really squatting down on top of this 30-day moving average and its 200-day moving average. It looks like people are trying to defend that 200-day moving average and that 30-day moving average. It really looks like it's trying to be defended. But how long can it be defended? How long? Because I think if this thing breaks its 200-day moving average, we are going to be heading a lot lower in a lot of our indices. And as we speak, Amazon breaks that low, wicks off, and doesn't have a huge buy up above it. So Amazon looking like a doo-doo turd. Meta is reaching its lows again, trying to break its 170 area. If it breaks this 170 area, guys, like we've talked about in pre-market prep, it's got a lot of liquidity that it can fill, or a lot of gap right here it can fill without liquidity. So this thing could really drop from 170 all the way down to 150 pretty damn quick. So be careful. This isn't a buy or sell recommendation. It's just sitting at its lows, and if it doesn't find a buyer here, then it's going to head lower. If it does find a buyer here and it keeps trading sideways and forms a nice base off this bottom and catches this 21 and wants to push higher, well, that might be its low. So there's two sides to every story, guys. NVIDIA up 12%, and it is trying to hold that VWAP area from this morning. We are in dead middle of its 5-minute range. Tesla, good old Uncle Tesla, it moved up on us this morning, had a nice little push, and then it pulled right on back, all the way back down to the supply area. We ended up getting in right here. Well, it was a weird looking animal. It was like a squirrel muskrat kind of looking thing. Ooh, I don't know what's going on. Don't drink the water. But we had some buy up here. We tried to get in here, but because it broke down that 200 area, we got out. We don't want to be in Tesla. Anything under that 200 area, but anything above it, we want to be in for a breakout. And I played that last night after it got in. We only got in one share. We got out here for the win. We took a cup of coffee. We bought ourselves a cup of coffee with it this morning. So that's looking A-okay. Tesla's looking A-okay, but still trading lower. As to where Google's broken every means of support, trading well below that 200-day moving average. After it bumped its head, it just would not stop heading lower. The Q's still in that supply area, but no slowing. No slowing down on the 15-minute. This thing is having one heck of a sell-off, guys. One heck of a sell-off. It's looking really, really scary. So Apple is nutritious and delicious, but right now looks like it's got a worm in the apple right here at that 200-day moving average. Apple is looking like a big drip with a downward trend line on both sides here. And if it breaks this 200-day moving average, I think we have a lot more room to head lower. There's still a lot of support in Apple and a lot of people that are buyers of Apple. But when things aren't doing well and these big boats start to roll over, it's hard to slow them down and turn them around. So we probably won't see an abrupt change here in Apple, but we might see it slow down, try and turn around and head higher. And speaking of heading higher, if we look over here at OCEA, we have this on the 1 minute. We talked about this little breakdown area maybe being a trade. Well, you would have been stopped out easily, and this thing could probably take off from here, but it could probably fail. That's why we don't play this, guys. That's why we don't play these, because there's no real trade here. There's no real liquidity here. There's no real people backing this thing up. This thing is just getting jumped around real widely, even though it only has a 10-cent range. This thing could rip your face off. It could knock you out just so quick, guys. So be real careful if you're playing this. Anytime you see something that's got all these halts on the 1 minute like this, it could be a very, very scary trade. So be careful with OCEA. Guys, we have a little over 15 minutes. So if you just joined the show and you want to see something, throw that up in the chat so I can look at it for you. AM, looked like that little pool of liquidity. It did break out above it, sold off, and now is still holding this beautiful base above the VWAP. We're definitely going to have to keep an eye on AM for tomorrow. So let's go ahead and look at LUNR over here on the right. It's still selling off, still trying to find that pressure, under pressure. Oh yeah, under pressure. So any good way, good sir. We're at 218 subscribers. Things are looking mighty fine. We want to get to 250. 250 by the end of the week. If we can get to 250 by the end of the week, I think we'll be right in line with our goals, guys. Right in line with our goals. What should I put on the whiteboard back here? We got a bull. We got a bear right here. And we got a submarine. I'm thinking about taking out that bull because he is one ugly mug and drawing something else. But I want it to be stock related, but I'm not sure what it should be. So if you have any ideas, let me know in the chat. I would love to do it. Let's see. We got IQ. IQ looks like it's starting to sell off now from its tops. What's hot? Let's go ahead and bring up this. I'll go ahead and click on the what's hot button, and we'll just take a little peeky gander what they got going on. So Tesla, NVDA, we haven't even looked at Lucid. PL and TR. So Lucid looked like it had a huge sell-off. Oh my gosh, I'm glad we're not in that. Yeah, wow, Lucid. Jeez, ow, I didn't realize Lucid sold off like that. Wow, what a sell-off. Right back down to $8.12. AMD, probably going to be doing right around how, no, it's looking all right, but I would have to see it on the other chart. Don't mind this, what's on this side. So PLTR and SOUN, we should probably look at BABA too. So I want to look at BABA. A lot of people are speculating on BABA. Look at this huge sell-off. So it looks like earnings, we had 1.88 estimate on earnings, but I'm not actually seeing the I'm not actually seeing it come out here. So yeah, it came right down here. BABA came right down to this 200-day moving average. It was trading over it for the longest time. We need to clear this drawing set. Yes. Okay, and it came up and it hit this double top here and it started to sell off. Now it's right back down here at its 200-day moving average. So is it going to hold or is it going to break this 200-day moving average? Because if you guys know, I don't play anything if it's trading under that 200-day moving average. That is just an investor's kind of overall general breadth of the trade itself. Now, this 200-day moving average does look like it's starting to curl, so there is some hope for this area, but it's BABA, guys. It's a Chinese stock, and you can never really trust it. And if you do trust Chinese stocks, watch Chinese Hustle. The Chinese Hustle is a great stock movie that was from back probably the 70s and 80s. And it was based on these guys. What they would do is they would go look at all these Chinese companies and they would say, hey, are these companies even real? And they would look at them and there would be nobody there, like nobody working. There would only be like a security guy at the front desk. And they were trying to make it look like these were real companies. And then investors would buy into all these companies and then they would just sell out and make all this money on these companies. So the Chinese Hustle, guys, the Chinese Hustle, the great movie, definitely gives you a better insight, and it'll definitely make you a more of a bear on a lot of these really crappy low float tickers, you know. So I haven't been through these watch lists in a long time. I got a 6-month, 3-month, and 1 month that I actually got from a good buddy of mine, KJ Trades. You can go check him out on YouTube. He is pretty dang cool. So let's see here. Just going to flip through these really quick, see if we don't see anything special. What I'm looking for on this, guys, is pullbacks onto the 10, 20, and 31-day moving average. So on the left side, I'm looking for something like this, where you get these big pushes up, and then but I want to see it squatting for a few days, okay? These are just breakout trades that I'm doing my absolute best to stay on because I want to get the rest of these breakout trades in so I can be done back testing these studies. Because when you backtest, guys, you're taking these trades to get enough trades to understand if this is your style or not. So I like to trade, I love to trade earnings gap up on the 5-minute range break. That's what I play. That's my trade, okay? That's my main trade. Other than that, it's usually just supply and demand areas. And then other than that, it's a breakout trade. So a breakout trade would be something like this, where you see this coming down, and you've seen it gather on the 10, and it gets really, really tight on this 10, and then it breaks out on this area. Now, this isn't the best example, okay? This isn't the best example, but I just want to show you kind of the idea. So once it breaks out in this area, that's where you get in, okay? Now, this broke out on earnings, but it didn't gap up high enough for me to play a earnings gap up. I want to see anything over 7% is what I'll look for an earnings gap up. So you better believe I'll be watching the earnings tonight to see if there's anything for tomorrow. And I'll be checking out plenty of other stuff to see if we can't find a bid. So NU, we already talked about NU. DGI, looks like it's riding that 10-day moving average pretty well, Triumph Group. But we're going to see if it wants to hold on to that 10 after that big sell-off day. ACVA, nothing really going on. We're just flipping through here, guys. PCOR looks like it's holding. DHT, look at this, DHT. Okay, so DHT had a nice earnings gap up. I drew this. This is kind of a cup and handle trade. So if this thing comes back up into this area, I want to be alerted. So that way we can watch DHT. So DHT's holdings, I think that's a banking company. Could be wrong though. But you know, we got a push up on earnings on higher volume. And then we have this here, this contraction of volume right here in this area. It's contracting. Not a lot of sell off in this contracting. And then when it touches a 10-day, we're starting to see a bid. So that tells me that this looks pretty strong in its area. Guys, we have 10 minutes left. 10 minutes left. Help me get that subscriber up to 250 subscribers. We are getting very close every single day. We are trying hard. We are reaching out to other people. We are reaching out to the big guys on Facebook. Speaking of which, we reached out to US Stock Traders. US Stock Traders is 16,000 traders that are all came together on the Facebook, and Trey is letting me put my name out there on the front of the line, and he is trying to bring a little bit more fruition to this channel. So we appreciate all of you gentlemen out there that are spreading the love, showing the support, showing me you love it as much as I do. So let's take a look at LUNR since we haven't seen it in a little bit. Let's take a little visit on our friend here. It looks like we are starting to see some slowdown. We are starting to see somebody try and buy something up here, but only time will tell. Like I keep bringing this up because it is an awesome mover. But with that being said, it can rip your face off. It can make you look real bad if you're real wrong and you don't know your real risk. Now, OCEA, we have it up over here on the 1 minute because if we cycle this down to the 5 and the 15, you're not going to see much of anything on this trade. Okay, but what I will say on the 1 minute, if you look at this, it is finally holding a base in this $15 area. That is not a buy or sell recommendation. That is an observation, guys. This is a technical area. When you look at these technical areas, especially on a specific number, like a psychological 15 or 14, when you see these areas, you can actually use these as support or resistances. You can use that as risk management. Now, I highly do not recommend that. I'm just using this as some stock commentary, a way to talk you through what you're seeing in front of you. This huge run up, thousands of percents higher. Look at this main run up from previous day all the way up to here, guys. 294%. 294%. So what does that mean? Well, that means that thing can come down 294%. So if you decide to go long and you go wrong if you go long at the wrong time and you get caught in a downhaul, you could lose a ton of money. And that same thing being said for the north side. If you buy in and this thing goes up to the north side, you can make a ton of money as well. So make sure you know what your risk is. If you're trying to buy in here, you need to use a low for a risk. And I would say there is no risk here. Your risk is how many shares you buy in. So please be careful. This is like a 5 million float. LUNR, I think, is that the 50 million or the 10? Either way, guys, they are very small float share size. So please be careful. ATKR, I was watching this a couple days ago because it was squatting down on the 10, but it did finally break through. We got 9 minutes left until I am out of here, and my tummy is a grumbling, guys. I am hungry, hungry bear today. So we will see what I can cook. I'm thinking grilled cheese and tomato soup. I love grilled cheese, I love tomato soup, and I love how cheap it is too, brother. And I think that's what we're going to do a short on tonight. We're going to do a short tonight on how we can save money and how to get in that right state of mind, because man, it can be so hard sometimes, guys, when you're trying to save a little money. Let's take a look at Tesla, guys. So good old Uncle Tesla right here in this supply area, demand area, I should call it, right? So here is its area of demand, and it's its final frontier. So we drew all this out for you. We are on the 1 minute, so it looks a little funky. So let's move out to the 15 minute. You see, I drew the supply area. You can see where it's bonked its head, and after it's broke through, it's bounced off of. So we're in the bouncing process. It's bounced once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. I don't count that one. We'll say this one 5 times. Now, is it going to bounce off of this and head higher? To me, this is the line in the sand. If it breaks down through here, which it looks like it started to peak through, but if it breaks down here, I'll be looking for a pop into 200 to take a short, because every time this thing breaks out through that 200, it's been less and less, okay? Less and less and less. And then if this breaks down and pops up, I'm expecting it to bounce even less and head even lower. So we're going to keep an eye on that for sure. So we will keep on keeping on when it comes to LUNR over here. And is it OCEA? OCEA over here. Yes, it is. Look at that, guys. What a beautiful, ugly ticker. Absolutely phenomenal. You can't get it any better, guys. I'm so happy to have you. I'm so happy to be here, and I am just absolutely pumped that I get to do what I love in front of you every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. So if you want to be here with me going over the stocks in pre-market so we get a better idea, go ahead and take a look at my subscribe button. When I say subscribe button, I mean my red submarine. That has no correlation to the red subscribe button. So if you want to be here with us, if you love trading as much as I do, or you just want to learn, you're curious about what's going on, go ahead, leave a subscribe button or hit the subscribe button and leave a comment. asking me your questions. If you ask me a question, I promise to get to it. I've gotten to every single question since this live stream opened, and if I don't know, I say I don't know, because I am not some guy that is trying to pull your leg or act like I'm some guru. I'm just a regular guy trying to make money in the market and trying to show you how stinking hard it can be. So if you want to be a part of that, throw something up in the comments. You got a question about a ticker? You got a question like, hey, what is this? Well, that's a candlestick, and I can show you. Let me get you excited, because I have enough excitement and enough positivity in this market every single day, Monday to Friday, 8 till 12, for 4 hours to bleed it right onto you. And I hope you take some of that, and I hope you have a great day with it, because I only have 5 more minutes here, so what else can I do to make you stick around? NVDA doing its dangest to stay up here, guys. Look at this. NVDA, we took this trade right here for you live. We had a 5-minute range. It did break that range at 235.30, and it's trying to head back down. Trading at 232.66 currently in the middle of our 5-minute range. We're not up money, but we are down a whole $2.55, guys. No big deal. So, why do we take small share size? Well, when the market looks like duty poo, you don't want to be in something that could possibly fall right back down on your face. And now we go back to the SPY. We're going to turn this on the 15-minute. Look at the SPY, guys. I told you, when this breaks, watch out below. We can head all the way back down here to this area. Okay? I'm trying to keep you guys safe. Be careful. We could come all the way back down to 283. I think we're going to see a little stutter here at this 200-day moving average, but I think if it breaks through, I think we are going to head much lower, like somewhere down here into this 380 area. Okay? That's just my thoughts. I could be wildly wrong, and in fact, I hope I am, because with the market failing this hard and this fast, we want to see it catch a bid, guys, because if it doesn't, your money, my money, anybody's money in the 401k is going lower. If you got money anywhere in any investment trades, it's going to lose money right now. So if it doesn't find a bid and we want to keep heading lower, well then yuck. And that's what it is, right? It is what it is. So SPY heading lower. Let's check the Qs. We only got a few more minutes here, guys. A few more minutes. The Q is trying, but it looks like they're breaking that supply area that I pointed out to you. So look what's going to happen now. If it breaks the supply area, its next stop is that 290. So $2 short of that is the 200-day moving average. And below that, we're looking around 283 is our next stop. So be careful in there, guys. The market is looking very, very weak, okay? So we got plenty to keep an eye on tomorrow, and we got plenty of earnings coming in tomorrow. We have them all up here for you on the bottom. You better believe I will definitely be keeping an eye out these for you guys, so that way I bring you the best content every single day. And I will look up a better way to get the news for you guys, so I can bring the PPI, the CPI, and any data that comes across, so that way we're not caught off guard, guys. I do hope you guys have an awesome day. We got 2 more minutes, so if you haven't already, let me show you. I haven't done this today. That's probably why we don't have a ton of likes, but right here is the like button right on your screen. If you click that like button, I think you'd scroll down just a little bit, click that like button. Help me get this number up in the last 2 minutes. We want to see it over 10 at least, over 10. So there's 10 of you here watching right now. If you haven't, hit that like button for me, because I am out of here in less than 2 minutes, guys. Less than 2 minutes, and we want to do the best that we can do for YouTube, so that way it catches the algorithm and we can keep on moving up. We want our subscriptions to go parabolic, and if you're here, I know you want them to go higher too. So make sure you hit that like, make sure you hit that subscribe, and make sure you share with your mama. All right, guys, so that wraps it up for the day. This day of trading has been very interesting, but that is why it is hard. That's why I'm here every single day, guys. That's why we drew this red submarine, because you are under pressure sometimes. At least it feels like you're under pressure sometimes when you're trading. And now that I do this live in front of you guys, you can understand that there is a lot more pressure. Of course, I handle it extremely well. If I couldn't, I might slurry, stutter, step, or say something that is not correct. But I promise you guys, I do my absolute best to bring you the best commentary, the best analysis, and the best watch list every single day, guys. And I put it all on the line for you. So if you can appreciate that, hit that subscribe button, be my 219, bring me up to 250 before the end of the week, guys. We can do it. We are goal-oriented, and especially for all you guys showing up in pre-market prep, thank you. You did yourself a favor. I get up even earlier for you so I can be ready for the pre-market prep. So I pre-prep the pre-market prep for you. That is how I do it, baby. This is Dave, and I'm with LoFiTrader. Thank you guys so much for stopping in, and we will see you tomorrow at 8.